Building a capsule for reliable Kerbal transport. All right, let's roll. Okay, I will be back 1 second. And we will fire up the game. Let's roll. Give me one moment. One moment. There we go. Okie dokie. Just make sure the sound is equalized before I just go use the restroom real quick. Okay, I'll be back 1 second. Salutations on another solar orbit, humanoids. Yeah. Cool. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Well, more than that. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, let's roll. Poison gifted a sub, gifted 12 months to Nightbot? Jeez. Thanks, man. That was for chat, not you. All right, fine. Jeez. All right, let's roll. Now the bot can spam again properly. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Man, it's cold. Cold outside. All right, what were we working on last? All right, we have our Gemstone rocket. All right, cool. Let's go over to mission control and let's see what missions we need to do. Mysterious signal on the surface of Duna. Plant a flag within any mar on the moon. Land a vessel on Minmus with a current mass over 200 tons. Okay. Launch a vessel with a lander cannon and perform a crew observation at Cappy Rock. Well, that's an airplane building thing. Land a vessel on Minmus with a current mass over 200. Alright, what do we... We have all of Tier 1 stuff unlocked. How much science do we have? We have 75. Can we unlock anything with that? No. Alright, cool. The 200-ton one is rough. Couldn't we just launch Gemstone a bunch of times and just stockpile a bunch of fuel and then just land that? That shouldn't be too hard. I've been having issues with this little chonker mission. It would be interesting to see it. Oh, alright. How do people feel about the simplification of ComNet? I much prefer the line-of-sight version in KSP1. Panderific, I like the LOS, the line-of-sight stuff from KSP1 as well. However, I'm not going to make a judgment on KSP2's ComNet just yet. I'm not going to make a judgment on KSP2's ComNet just yet because there's... If I'm understanding this correctly, there's a reason why it's simplified that leads to a more complicated game mechanic in the future. If I'm understanding that right. I mean, that's what they've said in like the dev diaries and stuff. So, the ComNet is simplified right now. It's basically just distance. It has nothing to do with line of sight, but if I'm guessing this right, it probably has something to do with a game mechanic down the road. That's why it's simplified for a reason. So, we'll see. I do like the way KSP1 set it up. Building a communications network in KSP1 was probably one of the most valuable teaching aspects of spaceflight. Because it's not just about getting it to the moon. You got to have signal, right? Even with Kerbals aboard. Right? That was so vital to science gameplay, right? Like, you could go to the moon, you could get your samples, that's fine, but if you wanted to transmit it back, you need a ComNet, you need a communications network, which I think is... I liked that game mechanic. I thought it was great. For Katy Rock, you don't need to use a plane, you just need to land with a can, but it can be a pod. It cannot be a pod. Hey, Spoon. Okay. He's alive. Hey, yeah, Spoon. Check this out. Want to see something cool? Not bad, huh? Thanks. Yeah. I used my time wisely on my day off. Yeah. Looks good, huh? I still got to do the other side. The door and the fender on the other side are still spray painted, but once we got that all cleaned up, dude, it's going to look pretty damn sharp. And Roy, you drove an 89 M6 this weekend. Nice and gentle. Ooh, very nice. Cool car. How does your arm feel after that? It's alright. Hey, there's an Apatosaurus in Mission Control. Nice. Or an Apata capybara. Nice. DM2 reference. I never noticed that. That's awesome, man. Can't believe how far the truck's come. My goal is to make it the F2 pretty. Are you much of a Porsche guy? Porsches are cool, Tron. I don't mind them. I can't afford one, so it's pretty out of my reach. So, and then in that regard, like, you wouldn't, like, I'm just like, man, it's a car that I'm never gonna afford. Never gonna be able to afford one of those. And even if I could afford it, I'd probably just buy a lot of trucks instead. I don't hate. They're cool cars for sure. Very cool. But yeah. Can you suggest any good space games?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kerbal Space Program is pretty damn good for if you like building rockets. If you're looking for more sci-fi stuff, let's play Starfield. Starfield is a pretty fun space game. So Spartan, 48 months. Thank you. All right. Well, Cappy Rock, we could. Does the lander can need to be? It doesn't need to have people on board. 4, you should play the game that I'm playing here. This game's sweet. I love Kerbal. I know you're a Ford guy, but what do you think about the K30? I don't hate all Chevys, Satans. K30s are cool. Old truck. Old square body Chevy? Yeah, I'm in. Absolutely. Those are cool trucks. You know, 350, 700 R4 behind it. Yeah, I'm in, man. Great truck. I don't like new Chevy. Old Chevy, okay. Very good. I really don't. The reason why I don't like Chevys is not because of anything that they did pre-2005, let me say. Chevelle? Yeah, of course. Who doesn't like a Chevelle? You'd have to be stupid to not like that car. It does. You need a crew observation. Okay. All right. Let me think. The can does not have to survive the launch. It just has to be present when the craft is launched. Yeah, but we can recover it, right? Lander can with a heat shield on a ballistic arc. That's the cheapy way of doing it. Are we going to cheese this science save? If we're just cheesing it, then yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be too hard. Oh, not training center, tracking station. What the heck is that thing? Hold on, what is this? Oh, yeah, that's the station thing. Got it. All right, cool. It's an hour plus flight in game? An hour? Yeah. Nah. That is a long way away, I will say. You wanted to get it done and get to Duna. How many plane parts do we have? I think I actually have a small plane that we made. Aloha Itat. Oh yeah, this thing. We have to move the wings a little bit more forward. I remember now. Yeah, baby. Yeah, yeah, buddy. I don't think this plane is going to have the range, though. Cappy Rock was easy compared to the next one. Are you telling me we're gonna be exploring Kerbal more, huh? You just build MiG-15. It's not a MiG-15. The stabilizers are in the wrong spot. The MiG would need to have the stabilizers up there. It's supposed to be an F-86. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking. This is always the fun part of Kerbal. You got to sit here and the rocket we have is Gemstone C. So this thing could go ballistic. That's not a big deal. But see, here's the thing about doing ballistic yeets across Kerbin like that, like an ICBM style thing. It's hard to be accurate with it. So we're gonna need something to make up for the leeway that we're gonna have, right? We got to make up for that leeway. Basically, if we just build something with chutes, right? It's just, if we miss, that's it. We need to be able to, we need like a guided munition, so to speak, right? So I'm thinking about what would do something like that. How could we make something like that? Starbase. I wonder if we could get away with that. The European Space Program. I wonder if we could get away with something like Susie. Susie is kind of like a... if you took a payload fairing and made it into a space shuttle. This is the plane you used to get there. I can't see that. It's trying to go into the Discord web browser. You got to link the image, Rockets. Rocket Guy also made Susie. It looks awesome. Okay. Yeah, Susie is kind of... it's something that they want to roll out with... so the Smart Upper Stage for Innovative Exploration is something that they want to roll out for Ariane 6. They are working on prototypes of it right now, but it's not set to fly for some time. Susie's actually super cool. It's basically a reusable payload fairing. It's basically what it is. It's if you took a payload fairing and made it into a shuttle. But the thing should be able to propulsively land. This could give us the cross-range capability that we're looking for if I make one of these for Jebstone. But I'm not 100% sure how we would do that. I don't really have any payload bay parts unlocked that would necessitate building that would help me build something like this. That's the only payload bay we have. DF-17 question mark. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay, Rockets. I see it. Blue. How will it survive re-entry? I don't know. I don't have much experience with thermal protection systems, Ren. And if we were going to go down that road, that would lead to a lot of, TPS testing and whatnot. The grid fins on Super Heavy are... hold on, fellas, look. Look at the grid fins. Huh. Were they like that? Huh. Grid fins are actuating. Wait, why are they like that? Wait, what booster is that? That's not that. That's at the build site. I wonder why are they like that? I didn't notice that before. They would need, we would need TPS reports. Maybe if you go with the trunk concept instead of a cargo bay. Why is the launch escape system under landing utilities? Huh, that's weird. The payload fairing survived re-entry. I don't know. We don't have much experience with it. And that's what I mean. I need to do some testing. Because you commit to landing when firing the launch escape system. I know. Yeah, well, Jim, I guess that makes sense, but I think it's funny that something with launch in its name is in the landing utilities category. It's funny. It's funny to me, all right? Jeez. Funny how? Like a clown? Like I'm here to amuse you? The frick is so freaking funny about me? I don't have grid fins unlocked. Dang. $1,600 science for the Duna monument. A new signal is detected on the surface of Duna. We don't know how. The only answer is to keep following the trail. Find the source of a mysterious signal on the surface of Duna. So this would be something that goes to Duna's orbit, or do we have to land? No joystick supporting KSP2, Nader. It's coming though. You gotta land. You need to land. Okay. The trim, yeah, you trim it out, but yeah, it's yeah. I think after this science mode playthrough, I want to go mess with some fun projects in KSP 1. After this science, I want to play this. Let's. All right. Well, here's what I'm thinking. Somebody said it in chat, and I think that's the right move after thinking about it. That's 1,600 science. I think I can get there with Jebstone C with a small payload. So with our science package payload for the stage, pretty sure we can get there. Pretty sure I can land it. So that's what I'm gonna do. Doing a moment. So yeah, that's 1,600 science. That'll get us plenty of stuff to unlock so we can go and do these other missions better. 1,600 science is a better use of our time. Plus all the transmitted science. Exactly. So we have our science package here with a docking port up at the front. I think what we'll do is something like this. And then this will help us stabilize for landing when we need to. We'll just we should be able to propulsively land. There we go. And then set the thrust limiter on these guys to 0. These will have more moment over the thing when it's coming into land, except for like over my just having my aft thrusters. Oh, hey Marvin.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How much delta V are we looking at on that stage though? 46. From Kerbal to Duner. Oh, okay, analog. I haven't had luck with that, dude. It usually deletes my fairing. I'm probably doing something wrong, though. Our upper stage has 4,200. That should be enough. Should be enough to get to Duner. We should be able to do it. Pretty sure. Because remember, we gotta be able to precisely control this upper stage now. So that's why I retrofitted it with more RCS. I'm Debating whether parachutes would be a good idea or not. Maybe some radial drogues. And then, because we're going to be putting load on these, a strut bar would probably be a good idea. There we go. From Kerbal to Dune, it sounds like a KBO documentary. All right. We're not coming back to Kerbal, Hephaestus. Not with this one, at least. This will be a one-way ticket. Do we have the comms, though? Dudes, I need my better camera controls. This is it's really difficult to be precise in the editor. Are we doing direct to landing, or are we gonna circularize? We're gonna have to circularize. We have to. I have enough delta. We have enough delta V to do either one. There. Cool. Now we shouldn't have to worry about it. Alright, let's send it. It's not good enough for the precision that I'm looking for, Erudite, but yeah, that does help. Oh yeah, I disabled the Kerbal countdown. Anyway, alright, first mission of the day, let's roll. Jepstone C2 has cleared the pad. We are a go for a hamster program. Okay, roll program is complete. Okay, everything's looking good. Hey, drummer. Okay, everything's looking good. We're throttling back for max Q. Got to be careful with the lighter payload, or else we'll overheat the front of the vehicle. I have my re-entry heating cranked all the way to the maximum because I want a challenge. Okay, we're max Q. It's on purpose, note. Throttling up. We're supersonic. Why didn't you add side thrusters for more precision control? For what? What do I need more precision control for? Like, the rocket? The rocket flies just fine. How does he know what max Q is? The dynamic pressure starting to go down probably has something to do with it. See up here? Dynamic pressure? That's what Q is. Dynamic pressure. When that number starts going down, well, there you go. I don't think we're in the right phase for Duna, but we'll time warp. We'll time warp to the right phase. We got solar panels. Yeah, see? I overheated the front of the fairing too much. It's not a mod. Alt F8 is what gets you what you're looking for. Stand by for me, go. Stage separation confirmed. Good upper stage ignition, good separation. Question, why does it look like a Saturn 1B without fins? I made it look like that because that's a really, really good way to build a really nice heavy-duty lifter in the early parts of science mode, dude. Yeah, same was the case with Kerbal 1. A Saturn 1B is just a bunch of Redstone, Jupiter, and Juno rockets kind of wrapped around each other. Like fuel tanks that are just all, it's a bunch of smaller vehicles kind of wrapped around each other to make a bigger vehicle. Right? That was the US's first kind of dive into heavy lifting. Into super heavy, like, or not super heavy, into heavy launch vehicles. Right? So, hey, do what works. I don't have bigger fuel tanks unlocked, so my first and second stage are, I mean, the Saturn 1B didn't do this with the second stage, but my first and second stages are just a bunch of fuel tanks wrapped inside of a payload fairing. I could have wrapped the entire vehicle in a payload fairing, but I opted to have the TWR for it instead. But yeah, it's a great, hey, Von Braun knew what he was doing, man. So I just did this, did the same thing. It works really, really well. I have a vehicle here that can move 18 tons into space, no problem. And I just basically kind of took a page out of Starship's book here and made an upper stage that can land. It's a lander as well. It can pretty much go anywhere. So you can use it to either move 18 tons into space, or I can use it to land on the moon, or Minmus, or Duna now with some, you know, fitted parachutes. Fairing separation confirmed. crossing 1,800 meters a second. Why am I not keeping the fairing on? I'm above 72 or 70 kilometers. That's where the atmosphere ends in KSP. There's no need for the aerodynamic cover when there's no atmosphere. We're in the vacuum. Stand by for Seco. The nose down is on purpose. 110 by 73. Good orbit insertion. Marvin, how you doing? He's doing just fine. You didn't like Oppenheimer, said it'd be way more scientific. Yeah, you can't please everybody, dude. It's a good flick. I like it. I think it's a good movie. Yeah, it's basically dead weight at that point. If the fairing's an aerodynamic shell, it's designed to protect the payload against air. In real life, when there's no air, there's no need for it anymore, so get rid of it. Alright, are we in phasing for Duna? Let's take a look. Oh. No, we are not even close. Actually, yeah, you know, we're not too far apart, but let's go to the tracking station. This is another junk stage that's on a disposal trajectory. The reason why I wanted to switch to it is because I have more, we can time warp better up here. Now, what we're doing here is we're time warping to get into the right phasing. Now,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. We're time warping to get into the right phasing. Basically, there's an opportune time where Duna and Kerbin are going to be. It's going to take the least amount of energy to get to Duna. Okay, that relies on Kerbin being in the right spot. Ideally, you want to get to Duna when Duna and Kerbin are closest to each other, right? Shortest distance. Doesn't have a lot to do with actual like distance, but that's the general kind of gist of what I'm trying to do here. So we want to get to Duna when Duna and Kerbin are closest. So we got to leave kind of a little bit before that. What we're doing here in orbital mechanics is called phasing. We have to make sure we're in the right phase, right? So if Kerbin's orbit is right here, Duna's orbit is up there. If Kerbin's over here, it's going to be hard to get to Duna. The really plain Jane way of saying it, why it's going to be difficult to get to Duna, if Kerbin is over here, there's a sun in the way. Yeah. That's a really, really plain English way of saying it. That they're far apart. Yep. But because distance doesn't really matter in spacecraft range. It's acceleration. It's how fast you can go. If you can go faster, you can get there quicker. You can cover more ground that way, right? So even if Kerbin was over here, if we're looking at a clock and Duna's in the 12 o'clock position and Kerbin's in the 6 o'clock position, it's not that they're far apart from each other. That's the problem here. The problem is there's a damn sun in the way. And you're going to need to counteract a lot of the sun's gravity to get to Duna, to do a transfer burn that goes this way in any reasonable amount of time. That doesn't make any sense. You want to wait until Kerbal is kind of like over here. If we were saying Kerbal was in the 6 o'clock position, you want to wait till you get to the 2 o'clock position. The reason why is because you want your transfer to take place when the planets are the closest to each other. Because that's going to take less energy to get there, and also the distance is a little shorter. You'll get there in a useful amount of time. In real life, the Mars window happens every 26 months. 26 months is when Earth gets into the ideal phasing. There's a theoretical least amount of energy that you need, or the most efficient time to transfer between planets. The phasing between Earth and Mars is every 26 months. That's when, the plain English way of saying it is, that's when they're the closest to each other. But that's not how you would say that in rocket science. You would say it would take the least amount of energy to do a straight Hohmann transfer. Keep in mind, there are ways to get to Mars from Earth, there are ways to get to Duna from Kerbal that require less energy. There are more efficient ways to do it. But generally, when you have a lower energy burn, so you don't use as much delta V, your transit time goes up. Okay? So, for instance, we could launch something with an ejection angle from Kerbal that's going to go past Eve. And we could use Eve as a gravitational slingshot to shoot us out to Duna. Now, the planets would need to be in the right phase, right? If you're going to play pinball like that, you got to line everything up, right? The planets need to be kind of close to each other. But the transit time would go up. Why? Because you're going to Eve and then you're going to Duna, right? But if you could theoretically be more efficient that way. Why? Because the transfer burn that you're going to take to get to Eve is not going to be as high energy as the transfer burn to Duna. Why? Because Duna has a higher aphelion. It's further away from the sun. So you're further out of the sun's grav-well. However, you better hope that the slingshot that you get off of Eve would be enough to give you, would be strong enough to give you enough energy to fling you up all the way to Dunas, because you're technically going down to go up. But sometimes in orbital mechanics, that is the most efficient way to get there. But once again, lower energy transfer burns tend to increase transit time. Another good example I can give you about this is, let's take the Apollo missions. The Apollo missions were going to the moon. They needed to do it quick. You needed a higher energy transfer. Why? Because, in Apollo 11, Neil, Buzz, and Mike only had a certain amount of food and oxygen. They can't really stay up there for very long. Humans don't work well in the vacuum. Not a good idea. So, because your life support systems we could only build a spacecraft that was really big enough to support them out there for like maybe a couple weeks, or like 2 weeks, maybe, right? 3 days out to the moon, 3 days back, right? That's a high energy transfer for the moon. So you needed a freaking huge rocket. You needed something like Saturn V. Now, that's the Saturn V, right? That's a higher energy transfer vehicle because it needed to be quick, because you don't want them to run out of food and supplies. Now, there was a probe that SpaceX launched a couple of years ago called the Korean Polar Lunar Orbiter, KPLO for short. That flew on what was called a ballistic lunar trajectory, or BLT for short. And some of you just went, huh, I'm hungry. Huh? Is it lunchtime yet? On the West Coast, sure. A ballistic lunar transfer is basically what that probe flew on, right? And that probe launched on a Falcon 9. It made it to the moon. Well, yeah, it made it to the moon, right? It made it there. So what's the difference? How did that payload get there on a Falcon 9? And to send somebody to the moon, we need something like Saturn V. Well, first of all, the Korean Polar Orbiter is about the size of a smart car, and the Apollo Lunar Excursion Module and the Apollo Command Service Module combined together is about the size of a school bus. A little bit of a different mass there. the double-edged sword of that is that the reason that those spacecraft are so big is because they needed to support humans, because they needed all that life support. But that's also simultaneously the reason why you needed a big transfer vehicle, because you got to push all that out there, right? And that's why the Apollo missions got out there in 3 days. KPLO took months. That ballistic transfer orbit that it went on, basically, they shot the orbiter out in front of the moon. They shot it where the moon was going to be on a Falcon 9. And with its trajectory, like almost at Earth's escape velocity. And basically, when the thing got all the way up to the top of its orbit, it almost like this is at the very edge of Earth's grav well. The moon went by and pulled it in. And they shot it. SpaceX shot KPLO out there in such a way that basically it would capture into the lunar grav well, using the lunar precession to basically circularize its orbit. Really smart. You have a transfer burn of something going out to the moon that cost, I don't know, maybe 100 meters a second delta V. The Apollo missions needed probably about 1,200 meters a second delta V to circularize around the moon, or else they would have shot off into solar orbit. This thing got out to the moon circularized around the moon after transferring for probably like 100 meters a second at best. Easy peasy. But lower energy transfer usually equals longer transit time. The KPLO on that ballistic lunar trajectory took probably about 5 months to get to the moon. So, pros and cons with transfers, right? That transfer window that between Kerbin and Duna really, like, that's the most efficient way to do it. But there are other efficient ways. There are other ways to do it, but those other ways take time. You're usually swapping energy for time. Now, once again, I'll say it again. Orbital mechanics doesn't necessarily work that way. It's not usually a linear trade-off. There are some times where the most efficient way to get there is slingshotting off another planet, and that might be the best way to get there because we don't have a rocket big enough to do a straight single transfer. So like bouncing off of another planet, not literally, or not actually, like grav-assisting off other planets might be the quickest way to do it. So, long story short, if you weren't interested in any of that, you just, okay, EJ, how do I get to Duna? Focus your map on the sun and treat this like a clock. Put Duna at the 12 o'clock position. If Duna's at the 12 o'clock position, Kerbal needs to be at the 2 o'clock position. That's an ideal transfer for what's called a Hohmann transfer. Basically, the simplest form of transfer burn between two celestial bodies in orbital mechanics. Right there. Once again, want to do this right? Duna needs to be in the 12 o'clock position. Kerbin needs to be at the 2 o'clock position. Now we try to shoot for Duna. Oh, wrong one. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, we're in the right phase. So we're going to select Duna as our target. And now we need to do now we need the proper ejection angle. Now, this is the simplest way to do a transfer between Kerbin and Duna, right? Basically when they're close to each other. That's the plain English way of saying it. Like I said, it's more complicated than that. Go back in the VOD if you want that explanation. All right. So the other thing you got to deal with here is ejection angle. So Kerbin has a path. Its orbital track. See this line that's going vertical here? That's its track. That's its orbit around the sun. The ejection angle is the angle that you're leaving Kerbin's grav well relative to this plane. Okay? What kind of ejection angle do you think we're going to need to get to Duna? So, before you answer that question, think about this. If you're playing Kerbal and you're trying to figure this out, right? How do you get up there? How do you boost your orbit if you're just orbiting something around Kerbin? How do you boost it? Hey, Yarg, what's going on, buddy? How do you boost your orbit? Well, you would burn prograde at perigee, right? To boost your orbit. You need to find the low point in your orbit and accelerate there to make your orbit go higher. So you need to speed up, right? We need to speed up. Kerbin's already going this way. So what kind of ejection angle do you think we're going to need? Should we go this way? Should the ejection angle... Let's actually pick off stuff. Should the ejection angle be anywhere over here? No, it shouldn't be over there. We don't want to go near the sun. We're trying to go away from the sun because Dune is in a higher orbit, right? Right? So we don't want to do that. So that means our ejection angle needs to be somewhere over here. Now, do we want to eject that way? Well, no, you don't want to eject that way because that's where Kerbin was going. We want to speed up. So we want to use Kerbin's orbital velocity to eject us. So our ejection angle is going to end up being somewhere over here somewhere. So we need to go over here like this. Make sure that we... Hey. All right, we need to go over here and make sure our ejection angle goes up over there somewhere. Now, this is a really simple transfer to do, but I find that people often get into a little bit of a learning curve problem when they get into a little bit of a learning curve problem. You know, you can get to the moon, you can get to Minmus, no problem, but when you try to get further than that, people get confused. Just think about it. It's just ejection angle. Easy peasy. Get your eject right and you're fine. So check it out. We have an ejection angle at about 45 degrees. We need to go up, so we need to speed up. So we need to get enough speed to get out of Kerbin's grav well, right? But we also want to use Kerbin's orbital velocity to help push us, right? I mean, but in order to do that, we got to get out of the grav well. So you don't want to go exactly this way, right? Because that's not going to get you your transfer correctly. Following Kerbin's orbital path is only going to increase your orbit over here. And that's not going to get us into the right phasing for Duna. It'll probably cost us less delta V, but our transfer time is going to take a lot longer. But it really depends. It theoretically could cost more delta V doing that. So we want to get our ideal transfer, right? Because we want to be able to get to Duna basically when the planets are the closest to each other, right? So that ejection angle isn't going to work. We need to go out this way. We kind of have to somewhat use Kerbin's orbital velocity, but also we need to make sure that we get to Duna on a timely basis, right? So we have some options here. Okay, our ejection angle isn't exactly right. Let's tweak it a little bit. Change the ejection angle. You can see that changing ejection angle here is drastically changing my orbit. We basically want to time it so our aphelion, our highest point around the sun, is right when we enter Duna's grav well. That's the most efficient way to do it. For a Hohmann transfer, for this style of transfer, basically where you go direct from one planet to the other. If we do this right, and our phasing is close enough, we should be able to get our AP at rendezvous right there. See, right now none of our points are really close to each other. So we might have to alter the ejection angle just a little bit. Here we go, let's try that. Come on, baby. go around a little bit more. You see how I moved my ejection angle. I shorted up a little bit. We were out at like 60 degrees to Kerbin's orbital path, right? I shorted up to like 45, and now we shorted it up to like 32. I lowered my ejection angle relative to Kerbin, and now look at my aphelion, my highest point around the sun. See how it's higher than Duna's orbit? There's more efficient ways to do this. You just got to tweak it. See, like, let's burn retro a little bit. Let's close it up. You want them to align. Ideally, you want your aphelion to be where you intersect with Duna. That would be the most efficient way. Keep in mind, there's some leeway here. We can mess with it. Now notice that screwing around with the ejection angle is actually moving my rendezvous nodes further apart. We might need to add another component to this. It looks like, judging by what I can see here, it looks like we're not in perfect phasing with Duna. It's close enough to get us something, but we might need to kick this a little bit more. Like, let's just mess with it to see if we can get a good transfer. Nope, nothing. No dice. All right, let's open up the ejection angle again. Let's try a radial eject. Let's move it more towards 60 and see what it does. See, look at how that changed. Now my AP isn't really near. It's not even close to Duna's orbit. We don't really want an ejection like that. What's your current date? 186? I'm trying to show that you can do this by sight. You don't need to really wait for a date, but yeah, it's all good. Yeah, see, that's moving it. Come on, baby. Because we're not in the exact right phasing, I might need to move this. We might need a little bit of a steeper ejection angle, but that's okay. That's okay, no problem. But sit here, tweak it, be patient. Yeah, I really think we need something like the maneuver menu where you have a menu like this where you could tweak on it, because yeah, zooming in and out is kind of cumbersome. Oh, the moon. Does playing with radial in and out not let you set different potential ejection angles? Yeah, but you could just burn a little bit earlier in your orbit to get a better radial out ejection angle. That looks good. Nice, RJ. Because we're not exactly in phase, we might need to go with a little bit of a crazier ejection, but that's okay. Once again, this is all tweakable, and doing this by sight is not the worst way to do it. I mean, there's resources that you have at your disposal, especially with, like, because get this crap off the screen, man. Why do I care about that crap? Go away. There we go. Now if we go over here, see how it shows that icon? I like that. That shows that we have an intersect with the grav well. How are we intersecting with Duna's grav well here? Ah, yes. See, look, it's we're basically skirting it for a second. If we give it a little bit, okay. Ejection angle. We're gonna have to make it a little bit steeper, but see how now my ejection angle is inward? We're swapping some efficiency here. It's not a lot, but that's the price that we pay for not being in the right phasing. That's okay. We have the technology. Hey, long balls, happy new year, buddy. Long balls. Now, once again, the closer that you can get your PE to the planet that you're trying to get to, the more efficient this is going to end up being. So, this right here, my PE is below Duna's south pole. Do we want that? You guys tell me. Who was paying attention to the mission? Do we want that? The PE is a long way below South Pole. We might need to tweak it. But you got to remember, we're trying to land. We don't know exactly where we're trying to land yet. So having an orbit that goes over basically every longitude and latitude over Duna might be a better idea. Polar orbit insertion would probably be a good call. Hey Drac, mission's going good. Depends on where the signal is. So a polar orbit would be more favorable in this regard. So that's not bad. I have a slight differential inclination. So my Kerbal is 0 degrees inclined. Duna is basically 0 degrees inclined. My orbit is tilted by a little bit around Kerbal. And that's what this translates to. That's why my orbit is underneath it and my PE isn't like over here on the same plane. It's a little bit below it. Because being 0.1 degree off Kerbal's equator is going to equate over here when you get to Duna with your transfer by being a couple million meters off of Duna here. We can fix that by burning anti-normal here. Okay, I can tweak it from there. That's good enough. You don't need to be super precise with this. I'll show you why in a second. So, that's what we're aiming for. We got what we need. You probably don't know this, but you can see the signal if you focus on Duna from the tracking station. I know that, Doom. Yeah, no, I know. But, trying to get a precise insertion, dude, from this far away is... Yeah, it's better to insert polar unless you're absolutely sure. Alright. 1100 Delta V, we have 2400. We should have enough to land. If I don't screw this up. $20 seconds till the burn. $10 seconds. Prop settling. SES-2. Good ignition on all 6 engines. So what I'm going to do here, while we're transferring, right? Let's go back and look at Duna. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to stop right when we get into the grav well. So I don't want to try to shut the engines off at exactly this trajectory, because that's a little further than what I want. I want my PE to be right under it, and we can tweak from there. This is why it's good to give your upper stages little, like, small RCS. $15 seconds. $10. That was quick. All right, we're good. We have a decent transfer here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Super, 91 months. Thanks, man. Okay, so because it was a really quick transfer, we overshot just a little bit. But this is also the reason why some RCS on the vehicle really helps. So I'm just gonna back us up a little bit with the RCS. Good. All right, so check this out. Now, this is perfect. Let's shut that off, right? So we got a good PE, but I said before that the closer you can get your periapsis to the planet that you're trying to get near, the better. Why? Anybody know? It has to do with ejection angle, like what we were talking about before. Slows you down. More grab. Yeah, okay. Sure. Our ejection angle is basically the reciprocal of our injection angle here. So there's ejection and injection angle. I said injection, some people went, I get it. All right, so our injection angle here is basically, once again, it's 180 degrees out from our ejection angle. Basically, you're going to fly right by Duna. Now, if we wanted to do this, right, how much delta V is it going to take to circularize here? If we wanted to circularize, it would be another 800 delta V. See what I'm talking about? That's no good. I don't want that. Right? That's a lot. And once again, this comes from not being in good phasing. Not being in good phasing, right, for a Hohmann transfer, trying to do it not in the perfect ideal window is going to create problems down the road, and it's going to add basically what's called in rocket science additional mission requirements that you didn't need in the first place. So, our ejection angle is basically 180 off. We want to change that. Now, we got to look at it in 3 dimensions here because we're 3-dimensional. If I get my PE closer to Duna and we dip further into Duna's grav well, my ejection angle won't be the same as my injection angle. It'll be somewhere up here. Like, it'll shoot me up, right? If our PE is over the south pole of Duna and we get close, it's going to shoot this way. But for the increase of our ejection angle, right? Basically, the bigger the difference you can get between your injection and ejection angles, the more efficient it's going to be to capture. Because, like, if I was coming in this way, right, and our P was close and we were coming in at a slow relative speed, our ejection angle would be out here somewhere. Incoming, outgoing. The closer you can get those two together, the more efficient it'll be to circularize. So, 800 meters a second delta V. We don't want that. That's no good, right? So, I'm going to time warp us till we get outside of Kerbin's SOI, and we're going to mess with some things, okay? But we gotta wait. We're gonna do a mid-course correction to help us with our delta V. Bye-bye, Kerbin. Boop. We're outside of Kerbin's grav well. We're in solar orbit now. Okay, so how are we gonna change this? So we need to do, if we look at Duna, all right, we need to move our PE up closer, which means we need to change the inclination of our orbit slightly. How would we change the inclination of orbit, and where's the most efficient way to do it? Where's the most efficient place to do it? Well, the most efficient place to do it is on what's called the ascending and descending node. Right now, I'm orbiting around the sun. The sun has a theoretical equator. And even though I'm really, really freaking far away, I will cross this equator if my orbit has any tilt at some point. If my orbit was exactly the same as the sun's, we would just be following the equator. But if it was tilted relative to the equator, we'd have some inclination. We'd have an inclination component to our orbit, which is not, okay, easy peasy. How do you change that? I want to introduce some inclination into this so I can get my PE closer, because we need to actually move our orbit, our orbital tilt relative, so my aphelion is as close as it can be to Duna. Aphelion. But there's no aphelion when we insert into Duna's orbit because we're on an escape trajectory. But I need to get this up here, so we gotta wait a little bit. We gotta wait till we're over an ascending node. Now let's set Kerbal as target. Do we have an ascending node? What the hell? Game? I said, do we have an ascending node? Oh yeah, there it is. It's the dotted line. I think. Yeah, there it is. It's just over a bunch of things. Now it says 0, right? But we go here and we introduce a normal and anti-normal burn component in, right? Let's focus on Duna. Go like this. And since Duna is coplanar with Kerbal and Kerbin is coplanar with Kerbal, all of their equators follow one another. Or should I say Duna's orbit follows the sun's equator and Kerbin's orbit follows the sun's equator as well. They're not tilted at all. Because of that, if I introduce some tilt here by burning normal or anti-normal at the equator of the sun, we could move our PE this way. We can move it up. Watch. See? Check that out. And look, our ejection angle is changing once we go further into Duna's grav well. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at that. Not bad. Now, obviously, we can't go any further. That would crash us into Duna. So we want to get as close as we can, right, to Duna without crashing into the sucker. So, remember, with our original orbit, if we tried to circularize over there, it would have cost 800 delta V. Okay? This burn that I'm introducing here costs me 6 delta V. Now, don't get me wrong, we're still not capturing. We still got to do another circularization burn, but when we get to that point, when I execute this burn, look at the difference. It's not gonna be a big difference, but it'll be noticeable. It's enough to be the difference between your mission failing and not. Is this Oberth? No, I'm just using differential inclination to get a more efficient transfer because I wasn't in the right transfer window. And I had a inclination component here. Ideally, you'll get a rocket into Kerbin's orbit right on the equator, and then you'll be in the ideal phasing, and you probably wouldn't have to do this. This is because the Jebstone C insertion with the upper stage wasn't at 0 degrees inclined. So that's why when I went to transfer, our PE was so low, because my insertion orbit with my rocket, I'm talking about when we launched, wasn't exact. And because of that, we have to do a slight mid-course correction. Now, in real life, NASA, whatever space agency you like the best, they do this kind of stuff all the time. There's mid-course corrections all the time, but that isn't because NASA was like, oh, we missed the insertion. Oops. Maybe we should correct it. Usually this kind of stuff happens because of space meteorological conditions, orbital perturbations, precession from the sun. There's a bunch of things. Basically, like a plane flying through the atmosphere, the wind can blow it off course, right? Rockets are susceptible to solar winds and different orbital perturbations, right? So like if we went to do our transfer and say, like in real life, we're transferring between Earth and Duna, and Jupiter just happens to be just chilling out there beyond the asteroid, Jupiter will pull on your spacecraft a little bit. I.e., if you had a perfect insertion, right, with your spacecraft, and you just let it fly, you didn't make any mid-course corrections, right? When Jupiter goes by and does its thing, it'll pull your spacecraft out in that direction. Your insertion will change. You have to compensate for the orbit, for the perturbing forces. Everything, because every planet in the solar system has gravitational pull, every planet is affecting every other planet in some way, shape, or form. The sun is just affecting everybody the most because it's the biggest and has the most mass. If your mom was there, it'd be a binary star, you know what I mean? And the orbits would influence each other. You know what I mean? Two-body system. Yeah, I know. I got your attention, didn't I? Yeah, I got your attention. So, long story short, it's not necessarily physical size with gravitational pull with planets, right? If you had a planet that was the same size as Earth that was fully made out of tungsten, and you had another one that was made out of aluminum, the tungsten one would have more gravitational pull despite being the exact same size. It's because tungsten has more mass. It's more dense. Like me. So it'll have more gravitational pull. Every planet affects every other planet. And satellites, actual satellites, have to compensate for this. Okay, so we're in the right position to do our 6 meter a second delta V burn, so I'm going to time warp. Bob self-hatch makes black holes experience time dilation. Oh, you freaking nerd. Alright. So, let's go over to Duna. Focus on the Duners. Watch this. So, I don't even need to burn the rocket engines. We can use the RCS for this. Because we don't need 6 meters a second is crazy. So just use the RCS, right? And just make some slight adjustments to the burn. I wasn't super precise with the maneuver node on purpose. It was just to basically tell me what direction I needed to point in. I actually ended up making us more precise. We want to be in around Duna to be able to set us up to land. It looks like we're at a high latitude for the landing site. To set us up to be able to land, we want to be in a 90-degree inclined orbit, because that'll set us up to basically land anywhere. It's called a polar orbit. Why? It flies over the poles. I know. Yeah, I know. Crazy, huh? So, because we're in a polar orbit and the planet is spinning underneath us, we'll be able to, all we have to do is wait till the planet's in the right rotation and we can do a really efficient landing burn. We're going to circularize, though, instead of a direct insertion here. Because it would be hard to get it exactly right for this. I mean, you could, but basically trying to hit that target from Trying to hit that target precisely from way over there is really difficult to do. Think about it like taking if you had a firearm, you're taking a shot from further away. Same idea. Harder to be precise. But in this case, our bullets have thrusters on them. Use them. I thought Duna's P is 45, Hillness. I thought it was 45. Am I wrong? Atmos 50. Oh, yeah, we don't want to do that. Okay. Alright, just make slight adjustments. This is the other reason why having RCS, translatable RCS, so, you know, you can strafe the ship up, down, left, right, forward, and back, is really, really helpful because you can just make a quick correction. Done. Now let's see how much delta V it's going to take to circularize here. Oh, okay. Thank you. I get it. It's out of power. Yes. All right. See what I mean? I wanted my orbit to basically just my solar orbit to basically just be going really, really slow right when Duna comes by. We're actually out in front, which means we are slowing down relative to the sun. Because, once again, our orbital eccentricity is a little bit different. The lowest part of my orbit, technically right now, is at Kerbal. That's where the perihelion is. It's around Kerbal's altitude. The highest point in my orbit right now is at Duna. So, because our low point and our high point in our orbit are different, our velocity and our what type of energy we have is going to change. At perihelion, or periapsis, we have the most amount of kinetic energy and the least amount of potential energy because we're further in a grav well, right? In this case, it's the grav well of the sun. Now that we're up at aphelion, or apoapsis around the sun, we have the least amount of kinetic energy, the most amount of potential energy. Basically, we're going slow because the sun's trying to pull us in. It's trying to pull us in. Basically, when we're going the slowest, because we're slowing down, that means Duna is catching up to us. And you could really do this right. And once again, this is why getting your transfer window and your ejection angles and everything. So you really want to get those nice, because if all this stuff will fall into line. It'll be really easy to do. You won't have as much delta V. You won't need as much delta V to do this if you go with the ideal phasing, right? But we had to change some things here and there. But if you do it right, it shouldn't take that much. You shouldn't have that much of a differential angle between injection and ejection angles here. It shouldn't cost anything to circularize. Simultaneously, if I had a heat shield right now, I could skirt into Duna's atmosphere. There is some air on Duna. There is some air in its atmosphere. It's just nothing compared to Kerbal, right? Just like Mars is kind of, it has an atmosphere, but it's just gases that are held there by gravity. That doesn't have an atmosphere as thick as Earth's, but it's still there. That's still something that you can slow down with. Basically, you can run your spacecraft into those air molecules, and the worst thing you have to worry about is that your spacecraft heating up due to atmospheric compression, right? You could also use the ground to slow down. NASA has done that too. Airbags, yes. Bouncy castle. They basically made their spacecraft into a giant bouncy castle and bounced it off the surface. That's called lithobraking. Using the atmosphere to slow you down is called aerobraking. Yes, that actually happened with MERA and MERB. the Spirit and Curiosity rovers. They bounce them in a bouncy castle. Really funny, actually. Alright, so see, I'm slowing down. Look at my velocity. It's slowing down. Slowing down, slowing down, slowing down. And Duna is about to pull us in. Curiosity did not bounce. No, NASA adopted the much simpler sky crane approach. Yeah, where they have basically the rover has a jetpack on the back, and basically right when it gets down to the surface, it fires the jetpack, and the jetpack stops above the surface, and the jetpack has a little winch on it that lets it down, and then the rover, it sets the rover down, and then the sky crane jettisons. I didn't catch what lithobraking is as opposed to what aerobraking is. Lithobraking is where you use the ground to stop, Doom. Aerobraking is when you use the atmosphere of a planet to slow down. Simpler. Yeah. So NASA, before we had Curiosity and stuff, right here, check this out. NASA used to basically have their rovers inside of a giant bouncy castle. That's how Spirit and Opportunity landed. They had a drogue chute, and when the drogue chute deployed, it inflated these airbags. And then it just boing, 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 bounced around on the ground until it stopped. Yeah, there's no real airbags in Kerbal, so lithobraking in Kerbal nomenclature is basically a nice way of saying you crashed into the ground, because we can't really do this in KSP. Were they filled with air? Probably something. Yeah, I don't know if it was oxygen and nitrogen Kitsuru. Probably not. It was probably straight nitrogen or probably helium or something. How fast was it going when it landed? The drogue chute slowed down a lot of it, Tony. It didn't hit the ground going like 500 miles an hour. It hit the ground going like 100 miles an hour. But still, that's pretty dang impressive, right? Yeah, that's how they landed them. And guess what? It worked. It worked really, really well. Basically, the airbags, the landers had the rovers were like mounted on this plate, right? And the plate deployed the airbags. Dude, you know what? I'll just show you a animation from it. It's actually wild. Watch. So here, check this out. It was like this. Yes. Mm-hmm. How do they fill up the airbags? Pressure vessels, I think. How did they get it to land upright? It's weighted on one side. Watch. See? Drogue chute slows it down. Right? A drogue chute's attached to the aero shell. Right? And then once the drogue chute detaches... Psst, oh, wait, it inflated with the drogue chutes. Yeah, see? Look at this. Sproink. Boing. This actually happened. They did this twice. It's basically Sky Crane Light. Those retro thrusters are there to get the back shell away from this, Yarg. It's not, they're not necessarily to slow it down. I'm sure they have some effect. But yeah, watch. The bags deflate. It's weighted on one side because the rover is mounted on one side. Watch. So who the hell thought of this? Yeah, this happened 2 times. I was in middle school, I think. Either that or elementary school, I forget. Boink. Oh, yeah, Pathfinder did it. Yeah, Pathfinder was the, Pathfinder mission to MERA and MERB. Exploration rover A and B. So Spirit and Opportunity. And then the mask goes. Is that a mask cam, or are you happy to see me? There's the antenna. See? I wish we could do the bouncy castle. I think that's neat. So watch. Like I said, this is like Transformers. This is some Optimus Prime stuff. Look at this. Oh, we can't fit it in. All right, well, just make the wheels deployable like landing gear, whatever. That thing, MER A and B are like the size of a go-kart, maybe. Probably a little bit smaller, like a small, tiny go-kart. They're not very big. Curiosity and Perseverance are the size of a Mini Cooper. The new one, not the old one. They're big. This Johnny Five looking mother trucker. Yep, and then... Yep, that's exactly what... Dude, they did that. And then Spirit and Opportunity exceeded mission life by like 10,000% or something. They were operating for decades. Opportunity broke and Spirit got caught in a dust storm. Yeah, here, you guys want to see the size of the rovers? Here, check that out. That's the size of Spirit and Opportunity. They're pretty big. They ain't the size of a freaking small car, though. Perseverance and Curiosity are insane. Those rovers are nuts. Like, putting that big of a mass on the surface of Mars is damn impressive. It's really, really difficult to do. Yeah, Spirit had the wheel problem, that's right. And then Opportunity got caught in the dust storm, that's right. Yeah, I had it backwards. That's really impressive. That is Pathfinder. Pathfinder was like a size of a small RC car. Yeah, and also Perseverance deployed a helicopter out of its belly. You guys want to see how that thing landed? So, we actually have some real footage from this, so check this out. So this thing kind of was similar, minus the bouncy castle. They went with a sky crane approach. It was literally a Pathfinder. I know, it's right in the name. So this is on Mars. This is the actual footage. I mean, we didn't get it in real time. I was here. We covered this live on stream. I watched it live with you guys. So that's the drogue chute. That's just designed to slow it down a little bit. So the next thing he's going to do is jettison the heat shield. And that's actual footage of the heat shield being jettisoned, which is crazy to me. So now, the sky crane's cameras, the reason why we have this camera, and part of the reason why it's in this weird aspect ratio, is because this is one of the imaging cameras that the sky crane's onboard computers are using to find a landing place, a landing zone in real time. Perseverance utilized what's called terrain relative navigation. It's kind of the new hotness with, landing stuff on other planets and landing stuff in places where there's nothing on the ground to use as a reference frame, right? So take like an airplane landing on a runway. There's, in bad weather, right? There's a beacon. There's the VOR in an airport, and then there's the ILS, right? And you lock into the ILS, it'll basically tell you exactly where the runway is. You have a reference. Plane is a reference point, right? There's no runway on Mars. And because you're not doing a bouncy castle landing, right? And you're doing a propulsive landing, well, more or less, right? You got to land somewhere flat. How do you know you won't drop this thing into a freaking cliff, like on the side of a cliff? Then you got a big problem. You ever tried to land on something sideways on the moon? Doesn't work very well. Right? So right now, this camera is plotting the landing solution. It's physically looking for a flat spot. Basically, NASA trained it on images of Mars that were taken from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. And it's looking for a landing solution. Or it's looking for a landing site and plotting a landing solution in real time. while it was on its drogue chute. Keep in mind, the thing's still going 400 or 500 miles an hour here. It's going pretty fast. The computer was using pictures from the cameras, found a flat spot to land in the Jezero crater by itself, and then plotted a landing trajectory. In real time, by itself. No pre-programmed landing here. There we go. That's back shell jettison. Now it's propulsive. Terrain relative navigation is basically glorified algorithm assisted inertial navigation revised and updated technique. Most stuff builds on stuff of the past, Alex, right? There we go. Plotted, found the right landing spot. This is the part that's the coolest. Watch this. So the sky crane enters a hover right off the surface. And watch this. Ready? Sproink. There's a shot of the lander looking up at the sky crane and the sky crane looking down at the lander. Lander deploys its gear. And then once the sky crane has touchdown, once this thing figures out it's on the ground, let it go. I cannot tell you how difficult that actually is to do. It's the best way we got. Propulsive landing on Mars is probably easier than the bouncy castle. Is that sky crane hydrogen or jet powered? It can't be jet powered. There's no oxygen in the atmosphere no oxygen by itself. Right? Hydrogen? No, you would have had prop boil off. Can't be cryogenic. What would you use? Think about it. What would you use? Can't be a jet engine. Yeah, Panderific, that's right. You should try it in Kerbal. A lot of people got it. It's hypergolic. Hypergolic propellants are really good for stuff like this because they don't decompose over time. They don't boil off. This is why most spacecraft use them. All right, anyway, let's get going. We're gonna just basically land it. It's gonna be more or less like Curiosity, but yeah. Hyper garlic. Yes, we love our garlic. It's tasty. Can you share a link for this video? Yeah, sure, man. It's right off of NASA, but I got you. Yeah, I mean, it's not like we can control a rover landing on Mars in real time if nobody's aboard. It takes a second for the signal to get out there. Now, don't get me wrong, it's pretty quick, but it's not enough to make a real-time like flights. It's not like you could just, oh yeah, I'm NASA, this is just like landing in Kerbal. I'm gonna do it in real time. We're good. No. Doesn't work that way. Add time. Roll. Punk. Stupid add time. 16. You suck. Ruins my flow. I hate it. I'm getting rid of it. I'd rather lose money. What happens to the sky crane after it drops the rover? It just fires until its engines don't have any more fuel and crashes somewhere. They actually got a picture of it. Perseverance took a picture of it. It drove over to it and took a picture. Give me something else to use your points on. How about I just give you no points? I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. How could they tell if the rover was about to fall on quicksand versus a hard surface? They trained the Relative Navigation System 7 to know what to look for with pictures of the surface. Pretty cool, huh? It's not a neural net, but it's an algorithmic guidance system, which is cool. Really neat. Can I play the veto ad time? I already did it, so. Help, the ads got you. I'm sorry. Where did you learn all this stuff about orbital dynamics and physics? Kyron, I'm self-taught. I read a lot. A lot. Yeah. I'm just a big nerd. Yeah. I'm a 3D artist by trade. But I like rockets. Rockets are cool. Yeah. No rocket primer? Mm-hmm. Book recommendations? What do you want to learn? Nice. Any recommendations on what to read? Well, yeah, once again, what do you want to learn? I would like to learn one rocket science, please. This is complicated. What, this is going to sound weird, but what revs your engine with spaceflight? How spacecraft fly through space? You don't need to get a book for that. I mean, you could. There's books about orbital mechanics and stuff. But, there's videos on YouTube that'll give you the basics. I mean, how deep you want to go. I warn you, fellas. You know, Speed, Kyron, you guys are asking for recommendations. I warn you. This is a rabbit hole. A big one. It's a rabbit hole, and it doesn't stop. Once it stops, you got what we call the space bug. It's bad. Yeah, you won't be able to stop. If you really get hooked on it, you're screwed. I don't know what Delta V or TWR or anything else that works behind the scenes in KSP, and I'd like to understand more so I can play the game better. Titus, you could just ask me that. The simple stuff, I got you. Give me a second, dude. I'll explain it. So, okay, you want to learn about, like, let's just say you want to learn, I want to be screwed. Yeah, don't we all? Orbital mechanics. NASA has a video on YouTube about orbital mechanics. That's a good place to start. Orbital mechanics aren't hard to understand. Honestly, playing Kerbal will get you good at, you can understand them pretty well that way. It would be good to like watch some videos, right? And then play Kerbal to apply what you've learned. It's a good way of showing your work, and it's a good way to get a good visualization in your head of how stuff flies around in space. That's probably a good place to start. If you want to get into like propulsion, systems engineering stuff, then that's when you'd want to go grab books. For like rocketry and stuff, Rocket Propulsive Elements by George Sutton, I believe is on the 10th edition now. I have the 8th edition because, yeah, that's when I bought it. So Rocket Propulsive Elements by George Sutton is what you'd want to really learn. That's the basics. Believe it or not. It's a college-level aerospace textbook, and it is the basics. How many hours do you spend on reading per day on average? I don't know, Rob. It really depends. Through the holidays and stuff, I haven't been reading as much, but I want to crack open this book and read more of it, because this book is awesome and it's really fun to read. Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. This is the book that I really love. This teach you a lot about how rocket engines work. Yeah, it'll teach you a lot. I actually love this. This book's awesome. Yeah, and propulsion is one of the biggest questions that I get asked on the stream. I get asked the most about this. That's why I have this. That's why I keep it on my desk. Yeah. Another one of my favorites, and this is why I keep this on my desk too, is NASA Systems Engineering. This is good if you want to get good at figuring out a mission for Kerbal. This basically is a handbook for how NASA goes about figuring out the architecture for their missions. Systems engineering in applications of spaceflight is mission architecture, which is super helpful. This book is actually free. You can download a PDF of this because it's NASA. It doesn't cost anything. Any books on aircraft? I have like a library in here. Give me 1 second. this is the one that a viewer gave me, believe it or not. This is an old book. This is The Science of Pre-Flight Aeronautics for high school students. This is a good one. This will teach you all about basic aerofoils and stuff. Like why wings are the shapes that they are. And what type of wing you would need to get a certain application. Yeah, this book's gnarly. It's an old book, but it's really good. Is this NECA? Yes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you guys want to learn about aerodynamics, look up the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics papers, NACA papers. Those are the ones that... So, NACA is the predecessor of NASA. They existed basically from the start of World War I all the way to the late 50s, when the NACA was absorbed into NASA and became NASA. Their work on aerofoil and wing shape and wing design is still studied 70 years on. Well, not 70, it's like 65 or something. Anyway, yeah, NACA designs are still being used with wings on planes because they're that good. What's the title again? This is The Science of Pre-Flight Aeronautics for high school students. This is a really good book. I don't know if you'd be able to find this, but then again, it's the internet. You probably could. This is a good one. Hey, I sent that. I still keep it in my office, Hokie. I still need it from time to time. But yeah, those are good books. Yeah, Rocket Propulsive Elements is a good one. That's the basics. That book is really good for NACA stuff. So like aero. What does aeronautics mean exactly? How stuff flies through. Well, there's aerodynamics, which is how stuff flies through the air, and aeronautics, meaning how stuff navigates. If I'm understanding that right. Could be wrong in that, but I'm pretty sure that's what that means. But yeah, I warn you. This stuff is a rabbit hole. If you're... Like, I'm pretty sure, like, the vast majority of people in here are going to take one look at these books and go, hell no. That's fine. It's freaking... It's aerodynamics. It's complicated. I get it. But for the some of you are going to be like, oh, this is dope. I love this. This is amazing. You got bit by the space bug. It happens. Yeah. Say goodbye to a lot of time reading about how this stuff works because it's really complicated. I've been doing this for 10 years. Still don't know everything. I'm not even close. I'm not even close. Hey, Jim, 29-month resub. Thank you. I'm dyslexic. All books are hell no. Audiobooks exist, man. Boss, what? What's up? How far have you gotten through the suspension book? What, this one that I keep on my desk? I skim it, Tessa, but I haven't gotten very far. This one is Race Car Vehicle Dynamics. Tessa got me this when I was sick. Thank you. I skim it when I need to learn something, dude. Here's the thing, fellas. You can go through and you can read all this, but if you're not in like a classroom environment, and I guess this is the difference between getting a degree and not getting a degree, it's really hard to test your knowledge, right? So, yeah, I mean, even people that do have degrees, I would use these as reference. I use them as reference. So if I have a question, right, and I'm trying to think like, okay, how does this rocket engine work? If I can't find it on the internet, I'll go right to the books. Because not everything in these books is on the internet, you know what I mean? You can learn stuff in the library that you can't learn on the internet, even nowadays. Did the guy playing Galaga finally get laid off? What happened to the overlay? Well, I use embedded GIFs arc for these things to not completely take a crap on my encoder. And because they're an embedded GIF, they're on a website, and that website updated their cookies information, so now that pops up instead of the GIF. So I don't know what to do with that, to be honest with you. I don't. Who has updated cookie information on a frigging embedded GIF? Are you kidding me? Who designed this? You suck. It's probably made in JavaScript. Anyway, I know how to like. If you send me the links, yeah, maybe it's not high on my priorities list, fellas. You're hot linking images into your stream overlay? Yeah, so? So what? A lot of people do that. Reposting again. A good resource for anything engineering or science is MIT OpenCourseware. I'm using it to self-study quantum mechanics. Their aerospace stuff is not as good, I found, Nader, unless they updated it. Yeah, Twisted, it's not as good, dude. It's like their aerospace stuff isn't as open course as you might think. What was that? Eric Org, I was a huge fan of space and rockets in the universe when I was a kid. I blame you that I started again nerding about it. I found your stream a year ago as some random KSP stream. Yeah, my bad. My bad. There might be ITAR. It's more like they want you to go there and pay them money. So check this out, guys. Look, I made that inclination change, right? And before it was going to cost us 800. Now it costs 670 to do the same maneuver. So what are we looking at here? That's 125 meters a second delta V difference from what we had before. Because I changed the tilt of my orbit on the solar ascending node, I saved 125 delta V. Because it was 806 before. Right? And I did a 6 meters a second burn. So we saved 126 meters a second. Now, we would have been way better. We would have been better off if we just gone into the right transfer, but I eyeballed the transfer on purpose. The reason why I eyeballed the transfer is because I wanted to show you that you don't need the planner. You can eyeball it and it'll work. Like, some players might be like, dude, I just want to get to Duna. Well, you just want to get to Duna? Then eyeball it. You'll get there faster. It won't be as precise, and you might end up losing more delta V, but you might end up using more delta V, not losing. Thanks, Rob. What is that monitor with the 5-6 cables coming out of it? This? I don't know. A monitor with a with the what is it? It's not optical. What was that called with the 5 RCA cables? We were using Matt to retire from NASA in 1970. Work with Von Braun. He passed away in 2012 at 93. It was such a blessing to have as a tutor for so many people. You can figure out where they had a problem and teach it to humans. I claim he wasn't human. His math engineering level was nuts. Composite. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. A composite into a 4:3 monitor, huh? Oh, boy. What year is it? I don't know. It's probably... This is ISS mission control behind me. This is the International Space Station mission control. They probably needed additional monitors because they added a new for the flight director there because they added another module. That's my guess. I have no idea. Maybe the flight director said, "Frick it, I need to see the oxygen levels for the space station. I don't have that. I need another monitor for that." So they just hooked up another one. Okay. Fair enough, was just curious. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it kind of... It's probably the flight director wanted more information, and it's something that they didn't anticipate. That stuff happens all the time. Oh, we added another module. Oh, I'm out of monitor real estate. All right, add another monitor. All right. Transmitting. Meep, 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 meep. Transmitting. Meep. Transmitting environmental data. Beep, 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 beep. 80 science. Oh, hi, Duna. What's new with you? How's your Duna life? How you doing? Nice. All right, let's get down there. Well, we got to circularize first, but... The music in this game is so good. Okay, prop settling. We have SES-3. Reignition. What are you landing? This? Okay, we've captured. Okay, engine stop. Okay, cool. All right, now we just gotta wait until landing site crosses our orbital plane here. We should be good. One or two more orbits. You taking a break from cities for a bit? I was actually gonna play cities tomorrow. That cool fish? Actually, maybe we should do Wings Wednesday tomorrow. And then Cities Thursday. What's with the science button blinking but not getting any science? If you've already gotten it prior... If you've already gotten it prior, it won't give it to you again. Nice. Science, baby. Science, baby. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I mean, yeah, because, right. My brain is telling me it's Monday, but Monday was New Year's Day. So, I'm probably do something with airplanes tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be flight sim or what, but, I mean, I don't know. You guys have been jonesing for flight sim, so, I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Could play Fly Out. We could play KSP, build a plane, try to get to that stupid rock. I don't know, maybe some flight sim. We'll see. Okay. Hearts of Iron, Fly Out, Train, Stationeers, KSP, Cities. Oh boy, I am not VATSIM certified now. We're gonna have to really rely on those parachutes, dudes. This has to be a super precise landing.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What? Litho braking it is then. Yeah, maybe. Why is my camera really difficult to turn right now? What the hell? Duna's atmosphere is super low, so we have to go in kind of on a shallow trajectory. I may have gone a little bit too far. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Coder 24. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, super fun. Okay, here we go.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
hope we have enough. Sim! I don't like For All Mankind. It got a little too ridiculous for my taste, dude. Hang on a second. This music gets me fired up, man. It just makes me want to yell shake and bake. Shake and bake time! Transmit it, just in case we crash. Where's our atmospheric indicator? There we go. Okay, pull the chutes. We probably should have had a drogue here. Gonna have to fire the rocket motors. We gotta slow down. Hey Hans, what's going on? Shut the RCS off. Come on, slow down, baby. Slow down.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not much else we can do. The rest is up to the Kraken. Let's hope those parachutes are enough. Are those just... I thought those were... Yeah. Boink! Survive! Yes! Litho break, baby! Oh, don't tip up like that. No, 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 no. Yes! Don't break the antennas! Don't break the antennas! Ah! Stop it! Stop! 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 Okay, we didn't need that. Don't know what it was. This is like the worst way to do this, but it's okay. Oh god, oh god, oh god, the hill. Stop it. Oh god, this shoots. No! Survive! Oh, balls. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We still got a signal. I had to stop method. The drogues would give me more Delta V than the rocket engines. I was trying to save it. Trying to save the rocket engines for landing, but yeah, we overcompensated a little bit. If we had gone on a shallower trajectory, dudes, we would have probably been in the atmosphere. Yes. We would have spent a longer time in the atmosphere, and we would have what's the word? Had more time to slow down, but it's okay. Did we forget the mains? Mark 12R. Is that a drogue shoot? Either way, I don't even think with mains it would have been enough, but that's okay. Hey, some of our fuel is still intact. All right, we litho braked, but we're still far away from whatever that is. It's not gonna get us the. It's not gonna get us what they're looking for. Yeah, they are drogues. Yeah, they are. I noticed they were drogues after we deployed them and went, uh-oh. How in KSP2 will you land a rover on Duna? Not like this, is my answer to that. Roll it there? I don't know, Doto. I don't know if we can... Hey, 700 is not bad considering. Hi, by the way. Come on, baby. It's rolling down the hill. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not great, Bob. We got within 700 meters and it didn't give me the threshold for it, and we're just gonna roll down this huge freaking hill. That's gonna suck. Can you fly using RCS with only the top part? No, there's no probe core on that top part, dude. Marvin is attached to the stage, so yeah. Oh. Not great, Bob. You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. You spin me. Why is this working? I have my sights on you, and no one else will do. Okay, I got another solution. That wasn't the solution. I definitely put the fairing staging first, and it definitely didn't do that. That's good. Yeah, that was not part of the solution, but hey. It'd be nice if I could deploy that. Nope. No. Why would I be able to do that? Well, that's as close as we're gonna get. That's good. You know, this staging is, you know, why would it do what I want? Oh well. Yeah, I definitely put the... what I was trying to do is get the stage, the fairings to deploy on the stage. Because the stage, the outer skin of this upper stage is made out of fairings. I was trying to get it to deploy. And I set it to deploy, and it deployed my decoupler instead, detaching my science package from the stage. Yeah, it did... yeah. What's that? Is that Ike? Hold on. Oh, it is. Cool. That's cool, man. Did you save? I don't quick load. Screw that. No. Screw that. We don't do that. No, we don't do that here. Marvin's just gonna roll around here.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Mashton, what's up, dude? Happy New Year. We got 350 science out of it, though. That's pretty good. Okay, you gotta stop rolling. There we go. We didn't get it. Alright, well, is there anything we can unlock with that science? Yes, there is. Autonomous sampling would be nice. Fuel lines. Precision aerodynamics. Time warp to the Ike solar eclipse. Panels. Sample armor's bug too. Well, that was with the same science packages that we were using for the moon passing. I wasn't necessarily sure if it was going to work. So, I mean, if I wanted to design a more specialized thing, we absolutely can. I was thinking, yeah, maybe take that science package and just make that into the payload. A mini glider. I was thinking we have grid fins. We could do something fun with those. I'm thinking. I could do a lander with a rover. We could do that if we really wanted to. The problem is getting that precise is very difficult. And do we really want to go on a fantastic voyage driving to the monument?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, and my say Bill went on a 3-kilometer trek. Alright. No, Doto. It'd be nice to have the precision propulsion here, because that gets you the smaller motors like the Twitch. Really good. That's a really good landing engine. And that one is a good landing engine too, the Thud, if you want to make a big boy. This was your lander I needed to Falcon 9s, to be honest. Whoa. Ah. Okay. Impressive. Most impressive. I'm gonna unlock fuel lines. I want to get those, but that means we'd need 353 more science.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I actually know how we could do that. Go over here. Hey, Gibbons. Thanks for the raid. Steegen with the 31-month resub too. Gibbons, how you doing, buddy? What were you playing today? Make a new version, good old Fred. Yeah, that's a good idea, passing. Yeah, we could do that, Crafty, yeah. You're welcome, you're playing Cities too. How's KSP coming along? Good, good. I just had to do a mission that failed. You know. That's good. Here, let's see if we can get some science from flying around a little bit. Here, Val hasn't done a mission yet. Val, you fly it up. We could make some friends. Yeah, that would work. It would seem that our plane has malfunctioned. Val, what'd you do? You okay? You broke it! This is not how you do that. Oh, no, don't recover. Oh, I moved the wings around. Oops. I moved the wings around before, that's right. That's why that didn't fly right. I was getting a little worried there. I'm like, why is this not flying correctly? You know, this thing flew fine the other day, and then I changed it. Yeah, that's pretty much what you're not supposed to do with anything that flies through the air. Rocket, plane, whatever. Yeah, don't do that. That's not a good idea. Gotta move these back just a little ways. There we go. Cool. Val, you want to try again? Yeah, you do. In the KSP editor, is there a way to move the camera vertically? Vertically. Middle mouse button should move the camera up and down. I think Kerbal 2 needs better editor controls, dudes. I really am not
Discovery, go at throttle
into
up.
they need to do over. There we go. I moved him a little too far forward. Yeah, that's also not good. Damn, why did the stabilizers do that? Oh well, nothing of value.
Discovery, go
Oh,
at throttle
Val,
up.
yeah, little thing of value. That sucks. Why did the stabilizers do that? Why did they stall the plane? Hold on. What's... Oh, shit. Add a chute? Yeah. Nothing of value. Ha, I made it funny. Yeah, that's 20 degrees of deflection is probably what did that. Oh, man. Yeah, if we had this bound to a joystick, that wouldn't have happened. You didn't use the chute? The chute would not have helped us at all there. Like, at all. Alright, let's go again. Podcot! There you go. You try it. Are there plans for joystick integration in the future? Oh, I hope so. It's still a lot. Deploy angles for when they're toggled. Oh. Much better. Thank you. Now we're super stable. It's not a MiG. The stabilizers are in the wrong spot for it to be a MiG. I think we may have already gotten grasslands and ocean, but we'll see. Yeah, we did. Beach? What'd you call me? I don't know why torque is enabled here. I don't want that. That probably did not help with our... I flew over the beach. You have to stay in the biome for it to complete the survey. Yeah, there's a timer. See? Much better. I think I may have already gotten grasslands though, dudes. Yeah, I did. This was just something I made so we could make a freaking plane. Do you use the stick? There's no joystick support for the game right now. I can't beach! Chat, can you beach? Uh-oh. That may have been... Okay. Alright. That was enough. We almost ran out of electrical. Can we do surface samples for the beach as well? Might need to make a truck. Okay. Ah, I can't believe we killed Val. That sucks. Oops. Yeah, now that we ironed out the kinks, this thing is actually pretty nice to fly. I could probably tweak this a little bit more. I love that you can fly through clouds and stuff, man. It's pretty awesome. Alright, let's bring her in for a landing. Oh, the game stuttered for a second. I thought it broke. Wait a minute. Is the island runway still out there? Hold on. We got fuel. Let's check something. Nice. Oh, there's something over here. Let's see if the biome changes when we, Mountains, there we go. Sorry, this is illegal? What's illegal? It's fine. We have enough time. We have enough time. We absolutely did not have enough time. We absolutely did not have enough time. Hey, alright, there we go, you little meat. Nice. Yes, science. Man, the island with the island runway is a lot bigger. There's no joysticks, Yarganet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
3984AG and 35NU. 6-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Not good. It is tough to fly with mouse and keyboard, man. Another successful landing. There we go. Any landing you can walk away from. I was flying with trim and put Aquax. Yeah. It's just... with the control surfaces, it's one or the other. It's fully deflected or not deflected. And trying to flutter it causes PIO. I don't know what else to tell you. Pilot-induced oscillation, basically where you're doing this on the way down. KSP1 have joystick support? Yes. I'm trying to see if we can get some science from over here. I love the sound effects. The sound effects are so good. "20 hours later." Tiny Victory says hi. Well, hello there. Wait, I saw it change for a second. Talby, you have a question about the moon landing. How can I defend that it really happened when people say it didn't? Might be a dumb question, but I figured you're the best to ask. Oh, yeah, simple. Soviet Union said we did. I don't know what more proof do you need. Like, that's the best one, dude. I could say, oh, there's laser rangefinders on the moon that we use all the time, blah 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 blah. People don't buy that stuff. They're looking for a more common sense type of thing. People don't understand what laser rangefinders are. The ALSEP experiments package, or the ALSEP. Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments package. A lot of the ALSEP experiments we still use. All 6 Apollo missions planted reflectors down on the surface of the moon. A laser rangefinder, so we can figure out the distance between the Earth and the moon. And we've used those ALSEPs to figure out that the moon is actually, because of Earth's precession, is actually slowly getting its orbit boosted every time it goes around. Don't worry, the moon ain't leaving Earth's orbit anytime soon. The sun will explode before that happens. But we did figure that out. Now, you could tell people that, and people I find that people don't buy that. But what people do buy is that the Soviet Union said we did. Hey, Yarganet, thank you for the Prime sub. Think about it, Talby. Think about it, dude. And it's funny because I've told people this, and the next thing that they say to me is, oh, we probably fooled them too. Oh, yeah, okay. We fooled the first country to put somebody into space. We fooled that country? First company to do an orbital EVA? First country to launch a person into space? First country to put the first satellite into space? Oh, we fooled them? Oh, yeah, okay. Pfft. Yeah, no, fat chance. And believe me, if there was any indication that we didn't, the Russians probably would have been the first ones to say. We didn't really get along at that period in time. Remember that? You see what I'm saying? That make more sense? Yeah, I got you, Tom. Yeah, exactly, Green. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I get people are skeptic, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being skeptic about things. That's being scientific, right? Like, you try to disprove things, and I understand that, right? But like, I've yet to see one person refute that. They go, oh, well, no, we just fooled them too. We just fooled them too. They were in on it. Yes, the U.S. and the Soviet Union were cooperating about something in the late 60s. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you weren't there, were you? Yeah, probably not. Anybody that was alive during that time knows that that's pretty much not how that would have gone down at all. Like, at all. NASA filmed on location. Exactly. All right, let's recover. Apollo Soyuz. Yeah, that happened later. But yeah, Talby, I've heard every crazy thing under every crazy anecdote that people have for why we did or didn't go. Like, I've heard it all. Like, it's just like, oh, okay. That one, no one's been able to refute. The best thing that skeptics have is, oh yeah, they were in on it. Okay, sure they were. Where's the plane debris? This stuff over here. But it would be more difficult to fake the moon landing than do it for real and keep the secret for so many years and so many people. Yeah, for whatever reason, whenever you try to say that to someone that's skeptical, they just conveniently forget about how to use their brain correctly. Yeah. So, I find that one doesn't work. And it's funny to watch. It's funny to watch people reconcile with the fact that they're trying to defend a position that they can't, right? If we're going to go debate club here for a second. I say that stuff to them, and then they're like, yeah, well, we fooled the Soviet Union. Oh, yeah? Oh, okay. Now, don't get me wrong. There are times where we did fool the Soviet Union. That is correct. We did do it, but we did it like buying titanium through shell companies so we could build the SR-71. We've done stuff like that. And then there was the time the CIA stole a space probe in Mexico from the Soviet Union at an exposition and replaced it with, they did a Doc Brown. They replaced it with used pinball machine parts. And then actually replaced it back after they examined it. That happened. That actually happened, which is pretty cool. But yeah, it's funny watching people reconcile with that. They're like, no, we fooled them too. Oh yeah, the country that put the first person into space. Yeah, okay. Sure we did. Dude, yeah, I've made people's brains short circuit a couple of times. It's actually pretty funny. Makes me laugh. It's not like the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union couldn't send people to the moon, but they sent stuff to the moon. They were the first people to send stuff to the moon. Like, it's serious. It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard. Like, oh, we fooled them too. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. We have 134 science. I don't think we can unlock anything with that. Expanded construction would be nice. I get panels and I-beams, oh my. I ironically heard someone say they faked stuff too and didn't want to be hypocrites. Alright, well, if you want a history lesson about spaceflight here, you know, a question that I get asked a lot. A question that I get asked a lot is, you know, Why did we stop going to the moon? Well, believe it or not, in the 60s, we were worried about a thing that was a real big problem is unchecked arms race, right? The Soviet Union and the United States were very, 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 very worried about getting into an arms race with each other, which is basically what happened from 1945 to 1991, right? So space as a domain, as a fighting domain, right? We both signed the Outer Space Treaty. One, because we don't want Kessler syndrome, first and foremost. And two, because an arms race in space could be potentially unlimited. Think about how big of a domain is space. How big of a domain space is. In terms of like war fighting. If like it was just all out war, like we need a military base on the moon.
Discovery, go and throttle
Like
up.
that's what For All Mankind is all about, right? I still say that show got a little too sci-fi for my taste. It's just all right. And also, why does the space shuttle exist? If the Apollo program was allowed to continue, who's writing this? What? So, hey, plus 80-month resubs. So we were super worried. So we signed an outer space treaty to leave space flight in terms of a space domain as an observational area, like in terms of like fighting for observation satellites. And the Air Force, the Department of Defense, basically pulled their funding for like manned space flight in 1966. Look at NASA's funding in 1966 and 67, and you'll see exactly what I mean. We basically didn't want the arms race expanding into space because of Kessler syndrome and because they thought we wouldn't be able to sustain these gigantor freaking projects. That we just need bigger guns and bigger guns and bigger guns and more moon bases, blah 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 blah. Now, I can tend to say that probably wouldn't have happened, but part of the reason why is so when the Soviets got wind that we weren't spending money on space anymore because we signed the Outer Space Treaty, they scaled down their space program too. And we did go to the moon, and then they got rid of that because it was too expensive, which I still think is that's the dumbest argument I've ever heard. You don't save up like 30 grand to buy a new car and then buy the damn car and then say it's too expensive to operate. I'm just going to leave it in my driveway and do nothing with it. That's probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but it is what it is. But yeah, that's part of the reason why we haven't gone back is because it's an expensive endeavor. There's not really anybody to arms race with. There's no space race because you don't want fighting in space. That's bad. We have enough nukes between the two countries to kill every living thing, so another domain wasn't cost efficient as far as defense spending. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we'd let the Cold War expand into space like without any impedance, that would have gotten us a base on the moon, but that also could have gotten us embraced in a nuclear fire. We could have had the Fallout universe's timeline. I'm pretty sure you don't want that unless you like unless you like super mutants, then maybe. Sure. Yarg's like, worth the risk. I'm kind of with you on that one, but I'm also kind of not with you on that one. Like, I want the moon-based part, but not the nuclear apocalypse part. You know? Like, that would have been nice. What if we find space bears to wrestle on the moon? Oh, well, that'd change things. It's becoming a fighting domain again, and it will be a final domain. In 2023, U.S. Space Force launched 87 satellites. You sure about that, Rob? Yes, 87. What kind of satellites did they launch? We launching battleships into space? Okay, I'm gonna spare you where I'm going with this. Yeah, I'll just explain. Look, the Space Force is the predecessor of the Space Force is the U.S. Air Force Space and Missile Systems, right? So SMC, USAF SMC, right? Look, man, just because the Space Force happened didn't mean the contracts to launch stuff, which are years in advance, didn't change. Now, you're right that space is an expanding domain, an expanding warfighting domain, but as long as the 1967 Outer Space Treaty is in play, you're not going to see battleships in space. You're not going to see actual fighting in space. Space in that defined in the context of the warfighting domain, like per the Space Treaty, is observation satellites, signals intelligence satellites, stuff like that. Early warning satellites. Those are the satellites that are launched. They're all defense satellites. And observation, intelligence satellites. That's the kind of stuff they launch. Now, I'm not sure about 87 times. I'm pretty sure it wasn't 87 times, but most of the payloads are classified. Did China sign the 67 Space Treaty? Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure. We all know what people do with treaties and agreements. Hyperlapse, yeah. Yeah, you gotta remember. So here's the reason why we keep the peace in space, dudes. This is a really important thing to understand. Okay, look. Mutually assured destruction is absolutely a thing in space. The end result isn't nuclear apocalypse, though. We're not golden-eyeing ourselves up in orbit, you know what I'm saying? I am invincible. No, the end result of a war in space would be you shooting your buddy's, like your adversary's satellites, right? You really want to do that? Because guess what? There's no other orbit that you can use to for spy satellites. Most spy satellites are in sun-synchronous retrograde orbits. And by most, I mean a lot of them. So, you shoot your buddy's satellite, it blows up, and now the debris field from that satellite hits your satellite, and it blows up. And then all your other satellites that you have, they blow up, because they're all in similar orbits. See what I'm talking about? It's funny that I should call it this, but that's the nuclear option, and it's probably one of the dumbest things you can do if you're trying to fight in the space warfare, the space domain. Space doesn't work like that. Now, that's probably the stupidest thing that you could do. That's why we signed the Outer Space Treaty in 1967. It keeps the peace in space so everybody can peep on everybody else's stuff. Because that keeps the peace. That ensures mutually assured destruction and keeps fighting to a minimum down on the surface. Think about it. Smart. I want to see battle cruisers with Yamato cannons. I mean, don't we all? But not really. For England, James? No, for me. You can kill satellites without blowing them up, though. Mm-hmm. Sure. Why? Why would you do this? Why would you want to do that? So you disable your buddy's satellite. Okay, great, good. Yes, that's probably how you would do this, right? Now your buddy knows it's disabled. Now he's just going to do the same to your satellites. So what's the point in doing that? The second you go start screwing around with somebody else's satellites, they'll know you're up to something. It keeps the peace in space because you want to maintain that intelligence. You want to have that operational capability. You want to have that situational awareness. That's why the peace has been kept in space since the late 60s. That's why that's why every time some, bonehead country, us included, tries to go shoot down a satellite, everybody says, "What are you doing? That's stupid." India did it, and dude, that freaking debris field is what a mess. Freaking mess. Russia did the same thing. China did the same thing. We did the same thing, but we shot at a satellite that was in a decaying orbit, so most of the debris came back down. The other guys, no, not so much. The peace is kept in space, and you don't want to neg on a space treaty. That would be a very bad idea. That's like negging on strategic arms limitations. Like, so I'm just going to make more nukes. Screw you. And not abiding by nuclear arms treaties. Everybody immediately is going to be like, what are you doing? Why'd you do that? Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. Keeps the peace. That's the best way to do it. The U.S. launched a anti-satellite missile from an F-15. Yeah, pretty cool. Using an F-15 as a first stage. Good times. The same reason you jam radar before an airstrike. Have fun with that. Sure, but when you have people not only on Earth, space warfare will be a thing. Maybe. I mean, I disagree. I don't think that's right. I will say that once we figure out how to basically pick up the pieces, then we would have something to worry about. Basically, if we can find a way to mitigate full-blown Kessler syndrome, then yeah, we'll probably find a way to screw up the peace in space too. Yeah. But that's not going to happen until we can negate Kessler syndrome. It all goes back to that. Basically, if you blow up somebody's stuff, you're going to make a big enough debris field, and that's going to cause a cascading effect, blowing up all the dang satellites like dominoes, and you're not going to be able to launch anything into space without getting hit by a shotgun blast of satellite parts. Yeah, that's what keeps the peace in space. That's why it's part of the reason why we have an International Space Station. Does that mean Kessler syndrome is something we don't want to solve, mutually assured destruction style? It's not that, I mean, Pigzig, that probably has something to do with it, sure. But trying to solve Kessler syndrome in terms of like a Kessler syndrome scenario, trying to solve for something like that and trying to figure out the engineering applications would be like trying to desalinate the entire ocean on like all 7 oceans around the world. Yeah. It would be on par with like that level of difficulty. Could we do it? Yeah. Would it take time? Yeah. I know what you're saying, Rob. I get it. I disagree on some things. That's fine. A lot of people are typing. Phil, detonating nukes in the upper atmosphere is not good for the atmosphere. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. Forgot the final question. Would it be profitable? Maybe. Can't predict the future, fellas. Also, Rob, I understand what you're saying, and I disagree on some things. Can you give me a source for 87 launches, please? I'm still wondering. They didn't launch 87. Maybe they launched into 87 individual payloads into space. There weren't 87 Space Force launches last year. Nah. Believe me, I check the manifest every day. My point is, wherever is economy, mining good money is always protection of this. How many launches did SpaceX manage? 96, Kiki? Anyway, I'm gonna get back to playing. Should we try for Dooner again? We're probably gonna be out of phase here. Hey Kiki, Happy New Year. No, Erudite, probably not. Look, it's a very unpopular opinion and people hate me for it. I think For All Mankind after season 2 is stupid. It's insulting every space fan's intelligence. Yeah, it's a great show to watch. Yeah, it's dramatic. That's lovely. It's... Yeah, take it personally. It's terrible. It's hot garbage. I'm sorry. You could disagree. That's fine. No, I haven't, Yarg. Season 1 of For All Mankind is lovely. Fantastic. I just don't really understand some of the choices that the writers took in the second and third seasons. I actually can't even say the third season. I haven't watched the third season, fellas. I've read the synopsis of it. And I'm just... Nah, I'm good, thanks. Do you like The Expanse? I do, Miguel, yeah. The Expanse is cool. Yeah, Nader Hunter, I'm with you. It's... At the end of season 2, I was like, what? Wasn't this show about space or something? Yeah, Smelly, I just... So, here's my thing, dudes. Here's my thing. Spaceflight has enough drama in it. You don't need to make up some crazy love interest or something. There's enough drama to actually make a good movie. Or like a good TV series. Just dealing with the problems that you encounter working on the freaking moon. Like, there's enough to create a good amount of drama there. Right? Like, look at like, I don't know. Let me think of something. Like, look at Seinfeld, for instance. Seinfeld was a show that existed just in an apartment. Right? I mean, I get it. They go out of the apartment. I understand. Right? But that's like the main thing with that show. Dude, even if they just did Seinfeld on the moon, right? I think that would have been more creative than what they eventually did, than all that drama that they shoehorned into the show. It's just, it's difficult to watch, dude. That was a mistake. It was making a prediction. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, that's Stephen Clark. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I got it. All right, cool. Yeah, I got you, man. There's enough drama in Stationeers, right? Exactly, Ando. Yeah, and that's... Like, you have... It's Apple TV. You have unlimited resources, and the best you could come up with is some, like low-grade Star Wars. Like... This is the best. I don't know. I'm just thinking that, like, fan fiction, like it's fan fiction, not fan fiction. That's not the right thing I'm saying. It's like you have an alt history premise here that's amazing. The space race never stops, and your alternative history premise is, despite the Apollo program never stopping, we still stop using the Saturn V and start using the space shuttle. The whole impetus for all mankind, the whole reason why For All Mankind is alternative history is because the Apollo program never stops, and we still made the space shuttle. Which in real life, we made the space shuttle because we canceled the Apollo program because it was too expensive. It's alternative history, though. You can justify it. What? It's alternative history, though. You could justify it. It doesn't have to be one way. The whole reason the shuttle exists in real life is because we got rid of the Apollo program, and for some reason it still exists in a universe whose entire premise and entire case for existing is because it is based off of the Apollo program not getting canceled. Bing Bong, I guess my question is that there's plenty of documentation about what the Apollo program was supposed to do after we landed on the moon. There's plenty of documentation about it. It's called the Apollo Applications Program. Heck, there's plenty of documentation around the NSTS program, which is basically what the shuttle was proposed as, but then that got cut and they said, just make the shuttle, we'll figure out everything else later, which anytime you hear somebody say that about space flight mission planning, slap them across the face. Yep. Even the National Space Transportation System. So, like, okay, so this is a space race. The shuttle, I guess it's conceivable that the shuttle could exist, right? There's a whole architectural plan that they came up with the shuttle that would be sustainable to get people to the moon, to anywhere else. But basically having the shuttle build bigger ships in space with its robotic arm like it built the space station in real life. They didn't even use that. They just came up with like a shuttle that looks like it ate too many cheeseburgers and somehow is strato-launched off the back of a C-5. And this is what I mean about insulting my intelligence. Strato-launching a shuttle off the back of an airplane with a flight ceiling of like 35,000, 40,000 feet. Dude, that might as well have been an X-Wing. Because that's how tremendously unrealistic that actually is. It might as well have been an X-Wing with R2 in the back. You must go to the Dagobah system. There you will learn from Yoda. Yeah, like, I get it. People just want to watch a show, they want to drama. That's fine. But yeah, once again, that's fine. If you're cool with that and you're willing to suspend disbelief, that's fine. I'll say it again. The entire premise of this show was to be an alternative history, a realistic alternative history about if the space race had continued and the Apollo program had continued. And the best you could come up with is magical pixie dust shuttle. That basically has the maneuvering and flying characteristics of the Millennium Falcon. That's... I mean, Torby, you make your own opinions. Don't get it secondhand from me. I am very much a gatekeeping prick when it comes to this stuff, because I sit here and I try to get people to understand it, and I sit here teaching it all day till I'm blue in the face. So, like, when I get people in here, you know, I'm trying to build a new vehicle. Oh, just make the Pathfinder shuttle like in For All Mankind. That's realistic, right? No. You know, like, sorry. Hey, everybody gets one thing that they could just be irrational about, okay? All right? You get one thing, all right? One thing. That's my one thing. I freaking hate that show. I hate that show, man. I don't know if you could tell. Yeah, I don't get it, God. It doesn't make any sense. I haven't read Hail Mary, Rob, no. He not only gets a low lunar orbit, but can glide to a landing on a celestial body with no atmosphere. No, Green, no. Does asparagus staging work in KSP2? I'm pretty sure it does. Did I read The Martian? Yes. You gotta read that. I'm just running out of time, man. Alright, Intari, see you, buddy. Okay, let's go. Back to work. 200 tons. Lunar vessel on Minmus with a current mass of over 200 tons. Yeah, Mary's a good read. I've never heard anybody say a bad thing about it, guys. I just haven't gotten around to it. What about the shuttles from Armageddon? Kia, that's about the same level of, like... I'm sorry, what? As For All Mankind. Like... Yeah. That something like that, we just... Dude, we're not even... Building something that strato-launches like that is not... See, here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it, okay? Like, could we make something that launches off the back of an airplane and gets into space? Yeah, we have stuff like that. Like, the company went under, but Virgin Orbit had basically a rocket that they launched off of the wing of a 747. Pretty cool. Seeing a 747 launch something into space is rad. That's really cool. But this is what I mean. The writers of that show are so ridiculously tone deaf, it blows my mind. All right? It's not the vehicle that's the problem. Can we make something that can get into space from 30,000 feet? Yeah? Sure. Of course you can. Duh. But if you think about where a rocket goes and how it flies with say, take Falcon 9. How quickly does Falcon 9's first stage get to 35,000 feet? The answer is about 33 seconds. Okay? So, okay, you could. Sure. Yeah, of course. So, you could launch something from 35,000 feet, and it gets into space. Yeah, no problem. Falcon 9 gets up to 35,000 feet. You're losing 30 seconds of burn time. That's not a lot for your first stage. Actually, it kind of is. But point is, first of all, it's easier to launch something from the surface. Launching a rocket from the surface. That's why that's easier to do. Second thing, and this is why I'm like, okay, a C5. All right, so let's take a Falcon 9, for instance. We'll just use Falcon 9. It's a good example. Say we put the first stage, second stage of payload fair, we put it on the back of a plane, and we launch that plane into space. Is there any airplane that could lift a fully fueled Falcon 9? Nope. And this isn't even close. It's not even close. It's not like, oh, that might be able to do it. Dude, there really isn't any planes that could lift a Falcon 9 first and second stage with payload with no fuel in it, let alone fully fueled. This is why stuff like that, I'm just like, what? It's not necessarily that we can't make a nuclear powered shuttle that we could get into space like that. In fact, we probably should do something like that. It's the fact that it's just a C5. A C5's maximum payload capacity is 2 Abrams tanks. There's no way that shuttle weighs less than 2 Abrams tanks. Not a chance. Yes, I'm overthinking it. I understand. But, dude, I can't. Sorry. I can't. My brain has trouble with this, okay? That doesn't work that way. To launch something like Pathfinder in real life, you would need a plane that's at least 3 times as big. What is this, a shuttle for ants? A C5 would probably be able to move a shuttle that's maybe the size of a small car into space. Maybe. And even if the shuttle was the size of a small car and you had the Delta V to make it work and you had the TWR to make it work, your payload capacity is about a shoebox.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
About a shoebox. Hey, Othan, thanks for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. So you need like 2A and 225 strapped together? No, not even close. My point is like they had every opportunity to
Discovery, go and throttle up.
enact like the Apollo program and the Apollo applications program, and then they said, "Nah, we don't want to do that." And then they're like, "Oh, we're just gonna do what NASA did. We're gonna do in this alternative history where the timelines are different. We're just gonna do the same exact thing that NASA did in real life." So we have the shuttle now. And okay, the shuttle has an awesome transportation system. This is great. If they implemented the shuttle and they actually got it to fly once a week like what they were planning, you could make an excellent series about how the shuttle's building transfer vehicles to go to the moon and go to Mars. No, you're not doing that. You're just building Marshmallow shuttle and launching it off the... This is what I mean. And from what I've heard from there, it's literally that just over and over again with some drama flaked on it. And that's not for me, dudes. Sorry, not for me. Maybe I'll give it another chance. I don't know. It could lift the X-37B. Yeah, maybe. What do they use for transporting the X-37B? I don't know. The shuttle has missiles and goes to the moon. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're telling me that fat piece of crap flies to the moon? That's not a low Earth orbit access vehicle? Why does it have intakes on it? So making it an SSTO would have been too much. That's exactly what I'm saying, Zeno! This is exactly what I'm talking about! Like, what? What the who's writing this? I just can't. I can't do this. That's not fat, it's muscle. Oh, okay. I can't do it. No. Wouldn't that wing design perform horribly at re-entry? That wing design would perform horribly, period. Actually, for re-entry, it might not be too bad. But I love how they just took the space shuttle's airframe and just gave it these fat, stupid wings that look like they're from Avatar. You just crudely pasted some fat wings onto the space shuttle. Like, you just crudely pasted your face over mine. Cal, I don't think you understand the implication of your actions. What's implication mean? It means that we can no longer be friends. Why? mean, why? You're wrecking my life. Wait, those... It's an air-breathing... It's an air-breathing Nerva. Okay, I'm ending this conversation now. I'm gonna go back to playing Kerbal. Yep. You see what I mean? That's the best you could come up with? You have the budget from Apple TV. That's the best you could think of. This is the best you could do. Is that why they air launch it so they don't nuke the runway? You can fire and test nuclear engines here on the ground and you don't have to worry about radiation. The only way you're going to get irradiated by it is if you stand in the rocket's exhaust, which probably you have other things to worry about. Nuclear thermal propulsion, guys, uses liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen, it gets exposed to a reactor and it exchanges the heat with the reactor. So you get heated, partially irradiated hydrogen. The isotope that gets made as a result of flowing over the nuclear reactor has a really, really short half-life, so it decays basically before the gas cools down coming out of the rocket engine. This takes 5 seconds of research. 5 seconds. Is it okay to fire a nuclear rocket engine down here? And that would have led you right to the Nerva test footage where they said exactly that. It takes 5 seconds. Nuclear jet engines were a thing. They were studied for a nuclear bomber. Sure about that? Or was it a nuclear reactor turning electric ducted fans? That's a nuclear electric hybrid airplane. They tested it. Convair tested it with the NB-36. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know. That's not the same thing at all. You see what I'm saying, dudes? Like, it's so... Like, dude, there's so much awesome alternative space history out there that if you did, like, 5 seconds of research, you'd... And I'm not talking, like, you need to write a doctoral thesis on this stuff. I'm talking you need to do 5 seconds of research, like the 5 seconds of research that somebody does when they say, I've done my research, and they actually just read a bunch of Instagram posts. You know exactly what I mean. Oh, I've done my research. Browsing Facebook and browsing Instagram is not frigging research. Shut up. All you would need to do is that type of research, and it would be fine. It would be fine. It'd be fine. Nope. 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 Okay. I'm getting worked up. Let's get back to work. So, we didn't get that Duna monument. I'm not sure we could get it with science mode, so with our current setup, so we're probably going to have to grab something else. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Should this fly? What is that? What do you got for me? Your pod's upside down. Predominant, your pod is upside down, so the game thinks your plane is upside down right now. Yeah, that's okay. Move your wings back a little bit, dude. Oh, actually, you know what you should do? Take your engines and slide them forward. Just, I don't know, 2 to 3 ticks. Get that center of mass at least underneath your center of lift, preferably out in front. Yeah. It should be fine. I mean, it'll fly. How well will it handle? It's going to want to nose into the ground. The reason why it's going to want to nose into the ground is because your center of thrust is well above your center of lift, or center of gravity. So, think about it. Your center of gravity is here. You have a force pushing above the center of gravity. Your plane's going to want to naturally nose into the ground. If you tried to fly it right now, it would go down the runway and bounce off the nose gear until you crashed. So move those engines forward, get your center of mass out in front of your center of lift, or at least directly under it, right? And then I'm not sure what you're going to do about thrust. A thing you could do is angle your engines in the back, angle them up a little bit to get your center of thrust underneath your center of mass, so throttling will give you a natural pitch up. That's what real planes do. That's why on real planes you have an underside wing and the engines are hanging off the underside wing, because throttling the engines up will naturally bring the nose of the plane up because your center of thrust is below center of mass. It's a counteracting effect. Now that, coupled with your center of lift in a regular plane design being this, like if you could like plot points from a side view of an airplane and have your center of gravity here and center of lift right behind it and center of thrust right next to that, the distance between center of thrust and center of gravity and distance between center of gravity and center of lift is more or less the same. Right? So if you throttle down the plane, right, it's going to want to do this. If you throttle it up, it basically flies nice and straight. But see, you're never going to shut the engines off in flight. So the engines are always going to be producing thrust, and that's why the plane kind of flies like this, right? Other things that you can do to stabilize it out, you know, to get rid of this counteracting effect, is change the angle of attack of the stabilizers back there. The stabilizers, if you're changing the angle of attack of your stabilizers, so like the default position, so to speak, it's called angle of incidence. A lot of planes nowadays have variable AOI, on their stabilizers to compensate for like different payloads. So like if you go in here and we take a look at this 737, for instance. Hey Simba, what's going on, man? 44-month resub, and then Reaper had a 41-monther. Cool. So check this out. See the slot right there? You can change the angle of attack of your horizontal stabilizers to compensate, just in case you have differential baggage load, or, you know, if you have more people at the back or more people at the front, or you want to trim the plane out, right? Like, there's a bunch of things that you can do. Would increasing the length help too? The closer your stabilizers are to your mass, to your center of gravity, the closer these stabs are to the center of gravity, the less moment they're going to have over the vehicle. So the less effective force they're going to have. You're going to need more deflection, right, to get them to work, because they think of it like a lever. You have your center of gravity on the plane basically right here. And if you had your pitch control surfaces right over the center of gravity, you're going to go to deploy them and they're not going to do anything. They're just going to cause drag, because think about it like a lever. Your force is being applied right here. That's a long distance away from the center of gravity, right? So the same amount of movement back here, right, that gets the plane to nose up, if you even moved it half the distance, you'd need twice the deflection. But see, here's the thing. Aerodynamics gets complicated. Twice the deflection might not necessarily get you the moment that you need, because at a certain point, a control surface if you deploy it too much, if it's deflecting too much, it's just an air brake. Think about it. So those H stabs, right? Say they have 10 degrees up and down, right? So you move them half the distance. Now give them 20 degrees up and down. But you're not going to generate a lot of lift when they're fully deployed 20 degrees up. That's just going to create drag. So you just made a speed brake. So you'd go to pitch up and the plane would slow down and nose into the ground and crash. See what I mean? So You ideally want your stabilizers to be far away from your center of gravity, but you can't put your stabilizers like, you can't just have them floating off the back of the plane. This is why this is why planes like a C-47 were like the design meta for a long freaking time. So here, let's look at it like a C-47 here. Look at it. So look at the C-47. Where's the center of mass? Well, the center of mass is over the big two big wheels at the front, because you have your engines and all your wing is all up front. Look, they were trying to get their stabilizers as far back as possible. See? So they have more effective control. The problem with this is that tail draggers are hard to fly. They're harder to fly than what's called tricycle landing gear, which is what this thing has. How did the Duna mission go? I got about 600 from that thing, Hephaestus, and then it said nah. Oh, nice, Jason. I like that. That's good. They are sketchy to land, yeah. If you're landing, right, how do you slow down? So consider this for a second. How do you slow down once you touch down on the runway? What do? You hit the brakes? You hit the brakes too hard, you're going to be eating the runway, because the nose of the plane will go right into the runway. You got to be careful. There's a reason why every plane switched to tricycle landing gear. There's the B-52 where they said both. Yeah. How does Kerbal 2 run for me? Fine. Yeah, this is why most modern jet planes look like this. Because this is, for subsonic travel, this is about as good as it gets. Tail wheel is best wheel. You don't like stoppies? Not in an airplane. On a bike, that's kind of cool, but not in plane. Bad idea. I don't think that's smart. Just put ABS on it. It's fine. I don't want to do that. Oh, poor plane. It is a beautiful plane, though. You basically just yaw left and right. Well, flaps would help you. Long story short, it's hard. It was good for the time, but it's a lot harder to fly that thing now. But on the flip side of that, Green, I'm not gonna say that a 737 is easy to fly either. You really need to know what you're doing. It's not, you know, like, it's not a Cessna, you know. It's still a twin-engine, long-range jet plane. No, it's turbofan, but you get the idea. You still need to make your way to Nashville to come fly in the Stearman arc. Nashville? Alright, I'll get back to you on that. Let's put canards on everything. Is that after we launch our nuclear-powered lunar-capable shuttle off of a plane that would literally get pancaked under the weight of a vehicle like that? Are we doing that, Bullet K? Are we doing that too? Because that's just as stupid. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to crap on that show so much. I know it's a good show. I know. I can't. It's me. I'm the problem. I get it. All right? I get it. I get it. I'm the problem. I know. I know. Oh my god. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Sonoraro, yeah, you're right. Yeah, the tricycle, you like to snap oversteer, the plane equivalent of snap oversteer. You love to hate it, don't you? I love crapping on it so hard, floating. My mission mode saves are better old history than that show. My mission mode saves tell the better story than that crock. Moving on. Have you thought about seeing a therapist? Jebediah Kerman is my therapist. Wait, is that not good enough? Precision Arrow has those descending fin things. I don't think I have enough points to unlock it, Miles. That's the problem. Did you eat a lot of paint chips as you were a kid? Why? Right, Nader? Okay, cool. I'm happy there are people that agree with me, but if you're like, wow, EJ, it's a show, shut the hell up. I understand that too. You're probably right. But also... Nerva, did you talk about the nuclear engine? What do you want to know about it? It's a nuclear thermal rocket, Rob. Yeah, NTR, for short. What's the new mission? Well, I don't know. We need to upgrade this thing because I ran out of Delta V, Hephaestus, to do a precision landing. I didn't make the capsule yet, Jax, but we could do that. We could do it if you want. ETS, Pigzig. Oh, dude, once again, 5 seconds of freaking research, dude. Eyes Turn Skyward is awesome. It's so good. ETS is amazing. ETS is a book alternative history about the Apollo program. The cool thing is that it actually studies the Apollo applications program, right? And, oh, it's beautiful. Look at some of these bad boys. Yeah, Aqualex, I've seen it. Yeah, you've linked me to atomic rockets before. Oh, yeah. Project Grissom is a better story. Oof. Yeah, dude, look at some of these things in ETS. Or you can get the frick off the page. I love it. I click on this page, you know, it makes me visit this website so I could see this, and then I click on it, and then there's no picture. And then this bull crap comes up wanting me to see ads.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Internet in 2024, baby. Hey, Rhino, 6-month resub, thank you. So not generate long-lasting radiation, why aren't we using it? Rob, we're getting back to it. The Department of Energy and NASA reactivated the NERVA program in 2018. They're looking at a flight demonstration of a nuclear thermal rocket in 2026. Believe it or not. Why don't we use it? Because we've had our head up our tail. Yeah, just like everything else, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah, NTR is back on the menu. We're doing it, and we should have never stopped. But we're not opening up that can of worms today. I got you. Stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. We could design the capsule too. I need more science, but we need to do a precise Duna landing. I mean, I could just launch the same rocket again and try to be a little better with the transfer. Problem is, we're not in the window anymore, you know? I'd have to just time warp all the way around. I mean, we could do that. It's just we need to time warp a year into the future. Nice, though, Force. There you go. It's about half-life, Rob. You want to look up half-life, dude. Yeah. Nuclear decay. You want to look that up. You need to understand a little bit about nuclear physics to understand how nuclear thermal works. Long story short, the hydrogen is not going through a nuclear reaction. A NERVA engine is just a nuclear reactor that's inside of a rocket's combustion chamber. And all they do, I say this like this is some easy thing to do, but bear with me. All they do is just pump hydrogen over a nuclear reactor to keep it cool. And the heated up hydrogen is what gets ejected out the back. It hasn't gone through a nuclear reaction. It does get irradiated. But there's a difference between hearing a lot of ticks on the Geiger counter and being involved, standing next to a nuclear blast. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of differences there. Like, yeah, you don't want that second one. I mean, frankly, you don't want the first one either, but... I seem to not be able to properly use RCS. They fire non-stop in a bunch of all directions. What are you doing wrong? Shut SAS off. Do you have the parts to do a rover instead of a lander? Yeah, we might be able to get away with it. It's the precision part that I'm like, ugh, about. But in space, ion thrusters will not be better? Ion thrusters? Ion thrusters are more efficient, but I'm pretty sure the fans that are cooling your computer right now have more thrust than an ion motor. That's the problem. How powerful an ion engine can be, Rob, is entirely dependent on how much power you can generate. And power, unfortunately, is at a premium in space. You can only generate as much power as the solar panels on board can generate, right? That's it. Solar power is good in space. It's great because the positive of that is that you don't have an atmosphere in the way and you're getting basically unfiltered sunlight. That, and if you're in a high enough orbit, it's never nighttime, right? Like, you don't have to worry about that. There's a portion of your orbit, if it's high enough, where the Earth is not eclipsing the sun, so you could get constant power all the time. The thing is that, yeah, the solar panels, I mean, they still don't generate a lot of power up there. I mean, you could just make bigger solar panels. That's what they did on the ISS. They just made huge solar panels. That works. But even on the ISS, power's still at a premium, dude. Oh, yeah. It takes a lot to keep that whole thing going. So, now, here's the thing. Rob, I've always said that if we have a nuclear thermal rocket, right? We have NERVA, which does generate electricity. You have a rocket with NERVA, and then you use your RCS, use ion engines for your RCS. Well, now you have something that is very efficient, that is pretty dang simplified, if you ask me. See what I'm talking about? This is where they could have gone with this. This is where they could have gone with it. They didn't go with it. They didn't do that. No. Super awesome magical TIE fighter shuttle. Happy New Year, Roadrunners. The Phoenix used methane engines, though. What? What? I use methane engines every day. You going and eating Taco Bell every day doesn't count. Wait, what is it? What am I looking at here? Why? Why would you do that? For it, that thing? Well, okay, I'd rather punch myself in the dick. Taco Bell is more efficient than nuclear. Well, it's the nuclear. No, hydrogen, no, methane, yeah, maybe. So let me get this straight. In For All Mankind, the mission architecture that they have is a nuclear hydrogen shuttle that's strato-launched that has enough delta V to get to the moon. And that thing that is methane powered. Phoenix is the commercial private one. Oh, okay. Not part of the same mission architecture. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. I was going to say, your standardization of propellants for integrated mission architecture is kind of a must, right, Cross? Especially if you've solved the boil-off problem. The only reason that propellants aren't standardized on, say, something like the Apollo missions, for instance, is because hydrogen boils off over time. Because it doesn't like being stored as a liquid. Hydrogen likes to be gas. And the Soviet Union one was also Nerva that they stole from NASA. I have a big quantum entanglement question. Quantum entanglement cannot be used in the future as a communication in space. It could be. I don't know enough about it to be able to say. Don't let EJ know about Unity from Season 4. I just want to be triggered today. Whatever. This is what they have? This is the ships that they're using? This is the ships that they're using in Season 4. What year does Season 4 take place in? In 2002. Holy shit. Okay. (2003). I'm trying not to, Rob. I'm just more... Alright, you lost me. You lost me. This... I don't... Alright. Why is this one getting to you? This looks like Star Wars. Or The Expanse, at best. I don't mind the 3D. I don't care about that. That's fine. I mean, they could have tweaked the specular shading on the metal parts, but whatever. It's a TV show, damn it! Yeah, I know. It's a TV show. It's fine. Wait. That's a crap post, Green. It's reasonable to think that the events of the season changed the course of space travel history. We just saw politicians put us back 50 years.
Discovery,
I guess
go and throttle
I'm
up.
not as like annoyed with that stuff, I suppose, as I am with like I'm not as annoyed with like the Unity thing, I guess, because as I am with like some of the other things like that. I mean, whatever. I guess we could be flying around like it's Star Wars right now. I suppose that's right. But hey, Cooking Fat, 15-month resub. But by season 4, they are able to go directly to Mars without a transfer window and quickly too. Okay, let me explain, Bing Bong. Let me explain. Saying you can get to Mars at any time in the without a transfer window would be like saying I've developed a ship that can sail across the ocean, and just because it's the future, we can get across the ocean in a day via ship. Like not like a chronoplane or like a hovercraft. A ship that floats in the water. That's not really how that works. Because if you made something that moves that fast through the water, it would just rise up out of the water. It would hydroplane. Right? Like saying that, oh, well, transfer windows don't matter anymore. No. Even without a transfer window, you have to use what's called a brachistochrone trajectory. You'd have to use something like that. So something like how the Expanse says things. Like, the sun is still in the way, long story short. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, they really went full Star Wars on this, huh? Did you like The Expanse? I did, Hephaestus, yeah. Because the Expanse has, okay, guys, I want to build the rocket, but one last thing. I'll just say it, and it'll probably derail the conversation even further. But whatever. We're about going with the flow. It's 2024, right? So my thing about For All Mankind is that in the first season, they established the premise as this being realistic alternative history. So, what we would see would be very realistic space flight, like Apollo 13 or like The Martian or something. That's kind of the whole premise that the writers set up in season 1. The reason why I didn't like season 2 is because they started to throw that premise out the door. Right? Alright. Like every other sci-fi or science fantasy, like you have very strict premises, right, for what established the universe, what is established in the universe, and what works and what doesn't. This isn't even a physics thing. This is a storytelling thing now that I'm getting at. This has nothing to do with like technological accuracy at this point. You set up in your story. You set up the rules. Okay, let's use Star Wars, for instance. In Star Wars, it's basically a given that they have technology that is way beyond ours because they have hovercrafts and SSTOs, and ships are able to loiter on orbit, and you have laser weapons in space, and spacecraft can fly around planets and stuff like airplanes and whatnot, despite being in the vacuum. It basically establishes the premise that it is science fantasy, right? And then, you follow the hero's journey, Luke's path, and at some point when they're on the Millennium Falcon with being transported to Alderaan, right, Obi-Wan Kenobi introduces him to the Force, right? And tells him to train with his lightsaber with the Jedi training drone, right? Yes, I'm a Star Wars nerd too, all right? Did you expect anything else? Okay, right? So you're introduced to the Force, right? And Han Solo acts as the antagonist to this, right? Hoagie religions and ancient weaponry are no match for a good blaster at your side, kid. Which basically shows that this is a thing that people don't really know about. Like, it's the whole thing is set up in the writing, right? So it's just kind of intuitive and you understand it. Now, imagine in a later Star Wars Han Solo being Force sensitive. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, I guess people can change, right? But also... See what I'm getting at? The whole premise was set up. In order for the character to change their mind, they have to go through some type of hero's journey, right? See what I'm saying? You have to go through some type of hero's journey to change your mind. For All Mankind doesn't do that. They just say, yep, we have magical space weaponry, after establishing a premise in the first season that this is supposed to be realistic. That's my thing. Once again, it's not even a technical thing. It's a storytelling thing. It's just... That type of writing for me is like nails on a chalkboard. It's just... Alright. What's the point again? To have a character just change their mind for no reason at all is terrible writing. That's terrible writing and it's terrible storytelling. It's funny because Han Solo just randomly changed his mind in the new Star Wars movies, and it was awful. It was terrible. It's terrible storytelling. You see what I'm saying? Hey, Moo, what's going on? As did Luke. Bingo. Bingo. Dude. Maybe as a movie freak, it's kind of like, it's probably that. Like, the show isn't bad, but there's some just, some of the storytelling is just like, what? You set up a hero's journey in the first season, and then in the second season, it's like you forgot what you were writing about and just started from scratch. Like, there's no continuity there, and continuity makes for good storytelling. You know? You got the internet back today, so we gaming? Oh, my guy. Well, there's being force sensitive and then believing that you're force sensitive, Aqualux. Yeah, I get it. There might be a premise to that, but that also that completely goes against the character. Like, it just... Like, how many times is Han Solo going to be skeptical of something and then have it come through, right? And then him be like, oh my god, imagine my shock. It just happens over and over again. Like, that's terrible. It's terrible storytelling. Right? Like, I'm going to go sniff some spice in Fold's space and land on Kaladin. Nice. Yeah, Wing, I don't get it. I don't get why For All Mankind just completely abandons its own premise. It's very strange to me. Unless you missed something. That's the thing, Victory. There was no hero's journey there. In order for somebody to change their opinions in good storytelling, this is... Okay, so guys, this is rooted in Greek tragedy. This is rooted... Or Greek storytelling. And storytelling from times of antiquity. So Greek and Roman. And maybe some Persian too, right? In order for somebody to change their view on something, they need to go through an event. A character needs to go through an event. That's good storytelling. You don't just change your mind for no reason, right? Like today, oh, I don't like wearing hats. All right, great. That's not, maybe I do, maybe that does happen, right? But that's not good storytelling. It's not a good story, right? So you have to follow the hero's journey in his story, right? And that hero has to go through some type of event to get them to change their mind. And what people really like is when they're skeptical about it, like Han Solo, for instance, or Luke, for instance, right? The whole episode 4, New Hope, is entirely about that. And it's a great story, right? It's really good writing. George Lucas looked to Greek tragedy. He looked to antiquity for his storytelling. He's just telling the hero's journey. But it's in space. But that's a really good idea, and apparently it's a freaking big cash cow. Right? So it's rooted in the classics, dude. Hat, hair, yep. Yeah, Agwex, for sure. I have an answer for you. Garrett Reisman, astronaut, was working as an advisor on For All Mankind. Garrett Reisman. I've actually met Garrett Reisman, Rob. Yeah, I've shook his hand. Funny guy, actually. He's a really funny dude. I like him a lot. He was an advisor for All Mankind, and he only worked on season 1. The only question I have is Star Wars or Star Trek. Creeper, when I was a lot younger, I really liked Star Wars. Star Wars was my favorite because I liked space, right? When I got older, high school and college, I really ended up liking Star Trek. Not more than Star Wars, but I do like Star Trek. Here's the thing. Learning about real spaceflight ruined all that. Just ruined it. Ruined it. I don't know if you could tell. I don't know if you could tell that real spaceflight ruined sci-fi for me. Like, you might not be able to tell. I don't know. I've been laying it on pretty thick this stream. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I interviewed Garrett Reisman about the Dragon capsule in 2017, Rob. Yeah, I streamed it. It was pretty cool. I will contend to say that dude, look, like, all you gotta do is look at The Martian, right? You look at something like The Martian is awesome because it's realistic. Because that's right. It demonstrates the right thought process because Andy Weir went and did a lot of research asking people that actually work in the space program and actually work with sciences, like planetary science. He asked them, like, hey, what would this do? What would this do? Even The Martian, though, for being as realistic as it is, the whole reason that it gets stranded is something that doesn't happen. The dust storms will never be powerful enough on Mars unless we terraform that planet. Well, they would never be powerful enough to tip something over like that, to tip over the lander. There's the dust storms on Mars aren't a freaking like tornado like they are in the book, right? That's the only thing that's different. Everything else is super realistic, especially if you read the book. The book is dope. And The Martian is an excellent story. It almost immediately became a motion picture, and the motion picture did good. You know why? Because it has that underlying realism. It's great storytelling. But it's great storytelling because Andy Weir did his research. You know what I mean? That's why the writing is so good. This interview is somewhere. It was a VOD on Twitch, Rob, but it's not around. I'd have to go find it. I have it on an archive somewhere. Oh, guitars. That guy was hilarious, man. I can't believe that dude. Dude, don't get me going, man. I'm already going about For All Mankind. Don't get me That was awesome, man. That made my day. Yeah, he researched the snot out of it. That's right, Roadrunners. Yeah, anyway, yeah, Garrett Eisman's cool. He's a funny guy. Don't spoil Project Hail Mary. I haven't read it, Starkiller. No, I'm talking about The Martian. That's awesome, Vash. Dude, that guy was nuts, man. That guy was nuts. I was honestly curious. I was like, wait, what is this guy? All right. Let me listen. Oh my God. I didn't know what to do, man. It's all good, Roadrunners. No problem. You were quoting the movie. I know. Dude. We're going to science the snot out of this. Oh, my God. I couldn't do it, man. It was so freaking funny. Okay. All right. Anyway. Let's, what should we do here? Should we make an upper stage for this thing? I think that might be the right move. I don't know if we could necessarily do a rover. What is it you say you do here? The book was way better. I agree. The book, absolutely. The Martian plot is Robinson Crusoe. Yeah, everything old is new, dude. Everything works on a cyclical cycle like that. So, you know, like I said, Star Wars is just Greek storytelling in space. It's Greek tragedy in space. Guess what Shakespeare is? Also Greek tragedy. Yeah. It's good. Hey, the Greeks knew how to tell a good story, man. What do you want? Like, look up any major, any good sci-fi writer. Asimov. Why am I blanking on other sci-fi writers? Heinlein, right? Philip K. Dick. It's all classical storytelling, man. All of it is. And that's not bad. They're good stories. Clark, yep. That's cool, Aquax, yeah. Greek tragedies are only good when read in the original Klingon. Yeah, now everybody... Ian Banks, yeah. Culture series, man, for sure. Great sci-fi, right? Like, that's all it is. It's what's called the hero's journey. That's super important to understand when it comes to storytelling. And once again, I'm a snob about this stuff, and probably because I'm a snob about this stuff because I went to art school about it. You know, like we had classes on film and storytelling in college, and yeah, I was like, this is why I think some movies suck. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. You know, are these actually drogues? Hang on. Oh yeah, they are. Wow. Have you ever read Pratchett? No. Terry Pratchett? No, I haven't. Would love a sci-fi Count of Monte Cristo. Cool. And why Back to the Future is a perfect movie. Zemeckis, man. Bob Zemeckis and Bob Gale. Yeah, Cookie, I agree. Back to the Future is probably, like, it's as close as you can get to the perfect hero's tale storytelling. It's quite good. Aren't there different types of hero's journeys? Yes. Absolutely. But most storytelling follows a hero's journey. So antagonists and protagonists, right? There are some that don't follow a hero's journey. Anybody know what type of films those are? There's a director that's notorious for that. I'll give you a hint. English, mother trucker, do you speak it? Tarantino. His story structure is just all over the place, and it follows several characters, right? There's no hero's journey in that. It's a different type of storytelling, and that's what makes Tarantino so damn good. Oh, the guy with the foot. I don't know about that, man. I'm just talking about the storytelling. Dude, but back to Star Trek and Star Wars. What do you think? Alcubierre Drive will be a thing in the far, far future? No. It's sooner than that. Hard to follow the hero when there is no hero. Yep. Oh, I got it. It's documentaries. So Tarantino doesn't necessarily follow a hero's journey. So, there's a documentary floating around on the internet somewhere. I think it's Kurt Vonnegut describing different types of heroes' journeys, right? And different things that you can do when you're storytelling, right? Tiny Victory booped you on the nose. Yeah, now what? I'd argue he does, but the hero is the group. Yeah, I suppose. But in proper, like, antiquity storytelling, like in classical storytelling, you're usually following one person. Now, don't get me wrong. There's, like I said, there's variations to the hero's journey. And sometimes there isn't a hero's journey, right? Sometimes it's not a hero's journey. Sometimes it's the antagonist's journey, too. This is like storytelling 101. And you guys let me know if people are interested in this. If you want me to just shut up and go back to playing Kerbal, I'll do that too. Yeah, Tessa, exactly. That's a different type of storytelling when you get a bunch of different perspectives on an event. Tarantino is notorious for it. I just named him. Like, there are other... Snatch does that. Yeah, absolutely. And then, actually, some of the coolest variations on heroes' journeys is like Fight Club. Who wrote Fight Club? I forget. Oh, what's the guy's name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah. Chuck Palahniuk. Yeah, I can't say the last guy's name history. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Chuck something or other. Fight Club is a crazy story about the hero, the protagonist and the antagonist being the same person, which is super freaking cool. Super good story. Yeah, that's why Fight Club's so cool. Is Reservoir Dogs another good example? That's Tarantino's first feature film, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I can't break any rules to a thing that doesn't exist, Johnny. Do you know about Jebediah Kerbal? I don't know, Rob. Yeah, 100 years. I'll say that, sure. Scarface is Greek tragedy, Alcohol. Think Hamlet? Yeah, it's tragedy. Basically, the character flaw is what leads to Tony Montana's. That's what leads to his demise, right? His character flaw is that he can't control his temper. He has no impulse control. He's a smart dude, and he wants the best for his family, but he has no impulse control. Like nothing. Something goes wrong, he just shoots the guy in the face. Or he doesn't like something, he works himself up and goes crazy. Or he doesn't like somebody being with his sister that he doesn't think is the purest, like, best person for it. He goes bananas, right? That's the whole story there. It's tragedy. You rise to the top. You go from nothing to rise to the top, and then you wind up with nothing at the end. That's one of the arcs for... that lecture that I was telling you guys about that Vonnegut did. I think it was Kurt Vonnegut. Another one like that is Goodfellas. Goodfellas is regular guy, is on top of the world, ends as a regular guy. Same idea. So Mad Max is a story of a guy that starts with something, loses it, and then trying to find his way back, but he's never going to get back, right? That's another tragedy, right? Great storytelling. Is there a launch today? I'm not sure, Zymus. I think everybody's kind of taking a day here. Let me take a look. I'll. Yeah, 9:30. We got a Starlink Group 7-9 out of Vandenberg. Sweet. Yeah, we'll go to that. But yeah, storytelling is super... Like, I'm a storytelling snob, dude. If the story doesn't make sense and it doesn't follow a clear indicated path, I think it's just amalgamated garbage. Yeah, like I said, For All Mankind is not necessarily a technical thing. It's more of a storytelling thing for me. But who knows? First U.S. launches from the West Coast. Yep. I await the day that not having a launch per day feels weird. Yeah, right. Why don't you consolidate all your small fuel tanks into a larger one? Because believe it or not, I still haven't unlocked a large... I have that as a larger fuel tank Hephaestus, but there's no reason for that. It's not wide enough. Maybe when we unlock the next tier, I'll switch to a full solid design, you know? But yeah, we'll go from there. What about The Boys? The Boys is a good show, Stuart. Yeah, it puts a twist on protagonist-antagonist. That's the whole selling point of it. That's why it's cool, right? That's good. The Boys is pretty cool storytelling because you have several groups of protagonists, right, that are all on different heroes' journeys, all intertwining with each other. Simultaneously in The Boys, you have a bunch of antagonists that are all on the villain's journey, right, that are all intertwining with the antagonist and with each other. It's great. That's really good storytelling. Yeah, really, really good. And don't get me wrong, just adding more protagonists and adding more antagonists is not something you do to just get a better story, right? The fact that each character in The Boys is so well written, and how all of their stories intermingle, and how characters go through traumatic events, and they grow as people or don't grow as people, a la Homelander, right? It's cool to see all that happening in synchronicity in the show. That's what makes The Boys so damn good. Synchronicity is two events occurring at the same time that might be intertwined in the future. The Police had a whole album about that. And then they made a second one about that. Yeah. Many miles away, there's a cottage on the shore of a dark Scottish lake, many miles away. That's what that song is about. Cool, huh? Which Star Trek do you like the most? I grew up with TNG, so I like TNG. Like, I watched it, but I didn't watch it, Rob. You know what I mean? I know Deadwood is good, Hank. I haven't seen it. The dark humor is very well done. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, Homelander is one of my favorite antagonists in any show. Homelander's the best. It's so funny. All right. All right. I love that character. It's so good, man. All right. Anyway, let's get back to work. We're gonna need some regular parachutes here, first of all. Let's get a couple of drogues, and then let's get... Oh. Yeah, there we go. Get a couple of those there. There we go. Let's make sure they're staged correctly. It's too many Greeks here, I sense. Maybe. It's all Greek to me. Can you show me how you made the first stage? It's just 6 tanks wrapped around each other. Wrapped around a center one, dude. That's all. And then there's fairings at the bottom. The fairings are there. That fairing is there for stabilization. People ask me, you know, I saw people say, well, why doesn't it have any fins on it like the Saturn 1B does? I don't need fins. There's basically a gigantic stabilizer at the back of this thing in the form of that fairing. The game thinks there's a giant speed brake on the back because the fairing is the stabilization. It's creating tons of drag at the back of the stack on purpose. Alright, so we'll switch up the shoots and we'll go again. But yeah, guys, if you wanted a breakdown and storytelling and stuff, let me know. I know that pretty well. Alright. What's our phasing looking like here? Oh yeah, we are way out of phase with Duna. So we're just gonna need to... We'll just go for it again. Alright, once again, Duna at the 12 o'clock, Kerbal at the 2 o'clock position. Actually, we did 2 o'clock last time. I'm going to let it go just a little bit more. Let's go to 1:30, halfway between 1 and 2 o'clock. 1, 2, right in the center. About a 45-degree angle. Let's roll. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Our second attempt at Duna landing. Cleared the tower. Gemstone. Roll program. Roll program is complete. Vehicle's now pitching down range. Throttling back the engines. Discussion that reminds me about a book I read a while ago. It posits that the best superheroes make one exception that is afterward treated as fact, and everything else follows the normal laws of science. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, Sun Shadow, yeah, with superhero movies, sure. Why is the FPS so low? I have the graphics cranked, Crumb. Oh yeah, Lemcon. What books about storytelling do you recommend? I can't think of one off the top of my head. Just read about Greek tragedy. That's really where all of this is rooted. Modern storytelling is rooted in the classics. That's the best I can do. What's the difference between smooth FPS and smooth frames? It's the smooth frames is the adjustment on the it's interpolation for delta time step. Basically, you don't want it to, because you're getting lower frames, you don't want it to stutter and go like So there's an interpolation bit of software to make it look all smooth. That's why it looks smooth despite the lower frames. It looks like it's in slow motion. Just a little bit though. We're actually not getting bad frames. The reason why the frames are lower, though, is because the graphics card, with Kerbal 2 right now, the graphics card and the CPU have trouble talking to each other. The plain Jane English way of explaining this, dudes, is that the CPU is focusing on simulating the rocket and the graphics card is simulating the planet. And when the graphics card tells the CPU about the, like, hey, there's a planet next to you, the CPU goes, wait, what? What do you mean there's a planet next to me? Oh, yeah, we're taking off from a planet, huh? Oh, yeah, I gotta do that. That's the plain English way of saying that. The game's, what the game is rendering and what the game is simulating are having trouble kind of intermingling with each other. Max Q. Are you playing in 4K? No, I don't think so. Smooth frames are a delta time step in Simulation 7 that basically slow down the simulation to make it look like the simulation goes slower, but it looks smoother. So you don't get smooth frames when you time warp. You don't get smooth frames when you time warp, and it looks like your character's going, right? You see him kind of stuttering around, right? If you time warp in KSP 1 and 2, you don't get smooth frames that way. So what the simulation is going to do, instead of making it stutter, right? Because if it stutters like that, it can miss a tick. So that's why in Kerbal 1, when you try to fizz warp, you know, like if you fizz warp, your plane will just rip itself apart because it's missing simulation ticks. The smooth, basically, so with smooth frames, with a higher or with a lower delta time step, basically you're setting the tick rate lower and the simulation rate goes slower, but it doesn't stutter. It's smoothed. It's time step interpolation is what it's called. I'm pretty sure. Cities does the same thing. That's why the traffic in City Skylines, when we have 500,000 people, looks like it's going in slow motion instead of going right? It's actually the same thing, dude. I'll bet you that's using the same software for interpolation, for time step interpolation, because Cities and Kerbal are both in Unity. So, long story short, the GPU and the CPU 7 are having trouble talking to each other, and because of that, the simulation, the CPU is like, and it slows down the simulation, and it increases the interpolation. It increases the smooth frames. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why, you know, you ever notice, like, it says we're getting 12, but it doesn't look like we're getting 12 frames. It looks fine, right? Like, this looks fine. Like, once again, there's a more technical explanation for it, but what I just said is not the end all be all of explanations there, but that's good enough to get the point across. If you want to look up what Kerbal is doing, you need to look up what's called procedural quaternion systems. Okay, upper stage ignition, good separation, everything looks good. PQS is what Kerbal uses. That's what's bottlenecking the game right now. Yeah, Panderific, it's possible. Yeah, what Raiden said 7 as well. The other guy with lead speak in his name. Yeah. That's another good way of saying it. Yep. That's the kind of stuff I went to school for, dude. Yeah. Putting that liberal arts degree to use. Does bottleneck happen more or less with smooth frames? Well, smooth frames happen when the processor gets overwhelmed, so it's really dependent on hardware. And you know good and well that if you have better hardware, it's, you know, you're going to have better luck in KSP 1 or 2. Stand by for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. What payload can this rocket put into low Kerbal orbit? LKO, 18 tons. Yeah, it's made out of tier 1 parts, Rob, which is why this thing is so cool. And I don't want to change it because it works. It works really well. This configuration of Jebstone C3 has gotten me to Duna. You know, like, whether it's going to get me to Duna, you know, whether it's going to get me to Duna and have a successful mission is yet to be seen. Jebstone. Stone, not town. I think for a main mission to Duna, you need to build Jebstone too. A variant of Jebstone will be fine. Trust me, I got plans. Yeah, it seems like the lights still aren't working. Okay. Just doing some throttling to get a good orbital insertion here. F5, F9 fixes the lights for you? Yeah, well...
My name is Jeff.
Is this game better now than at launch? Yeah, there was a huge update to it right at the end of the new year, switchback. Science mode makes it a lot more playable. We still got a ways to go, though. You know. Okay, coming up here on second stage engine cutoff momentarily. We have Miko 105 by 98. Okay, good insertion. What's our inclination? We're 0.6. Oof. Alright, we gotta iron that out a little bit. We have a little bit of tilt. I'm gonna try to do this a lot smoother than last time. Hey Yannick, acting Happy New Year, buddy. Jepstone, what first stage engine do you use? LVT 45s, and I have 4 LVT 30s and 6 LVT 45s. This is what the early access should have been. Yeah, if they had had this at release, Shep, it would have been, yeah, it would have been good, but game development's a complicated business, dude. Sometimes stuff doesn't go your way. Do you use the fuel cable? Sometimes. Okay, we got to do a slight inclination change here. Just because I spent a lot of time talking through this last mission, we're just gonna power through and see if we can get that Duna landing. Good. Okay, where's Dooner? We have no tilt. Dooner. Alright. So, ejection angle. Again, we got to make sure we get this right. So let's go here like this. Create maneuver blend question. And set that to about 1,000 delta V. That should get us more or less what we're looking for. Yep. Yeah, we're a lot more into the transfer window here. Let's adjust the ejector angle here. Or ejection angle. Come on, you. Alright. Increase ejection angle. I think that we can get that for the proper phasing. Nope. So 1A is my closest, this 1A, 1B thing, that's the closest encounter. Okay, let's increase the ejector angle a bit more. Or decrease. We're decreasing ejection angle there. Yeah. I'm just trying to get those two to get close to each other. Looks like we're not exactly in the right phase again. Getting the phasing is such a pain in the butt, but I don't want to increase my ejection angle too much again, because remember, delta V was the constraint here. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. They're pretty close there. Happy New Year's, Sebi. How are you? Okay. Hey, Absalom, what's going on? Oh, the frickin' moon. It would be. There's an encounter. Is that a crash? Is that an impact? It looked like an impact. Wait, why aren't... Yeah, we're at the conic draw limit. Yeah, it's because I'm encountering the moon, and then I'm encountering the sun, and then I'm encountering Duna. So yeah, it doesn't show that far out, but it definitely shows an encounter. So why don't we just have an inward ejection angle? I could have sworn it was an inward ejection for this, but whatever. Or it was an outward ejection for Duna. Maybe it's because I haven't gone to Duna in a long time. Come on, give me the encounter. Oh boy. Dude, one of my major pieces of feedback for the developers is this zooming in and out, adjusting transfers like this. I really, really think there's places to improve here. Is it 150? Wing, I could have I said earlier in the stream it was 45, but if it's 150 to prograde, yeah, then this is about right. Well, yeah. Why isn't it giving me an encounter? I don't understand. Alright, let's... What? That... Doom, that's probably what I'm remembering. Thanks, man. I should just change this by changing our eject, but that's okay. Yeah, we can mid-course it. It's close enough. Moving the stage into position. "20 seconds. There we go. Are you gonna try the precision landing again? Yeah, I have actual parachutes this time, Illness, and I won't botch the freaking landing as much as I did last time. I think I should be able to get it, dude. What about wheels? No. Hey Yarg, do you find the editor hard to use? Dude, I don't know if my muscle memory is just tuned for Kerbal 1. I'm having trouble doing precise work with the editor, which is why I'm hesitant to get into like any crazy builds. I haven't played since a couple weeks after release. Oh. Well, the editor controls haven't changed. Hey, Leglander. If you have multiple engines, is it better to put one big decoupler on one engine covering all the engines, or a smaller decoupler on each of the individual ones? 7, I don't attach decouplers to engines. No, I don't do that. Well, why? Engines aren't structural in rocket science. They're not integral. The only structurally integral rocket engine that I can think of is a solid rocket booster, where the tube is the engine, right? Now, am I doing it to be super realistic? Yes and no. The realism is nice, but it's handling in KSP. Wobbly rockets. Less connections you have from top to bottom, right? So if you take your engine out of the loop and you attach the bottom of your second stage to the decoupler and then radially attach your engine, just mount your engine in there, structurally like the real thing, right? You'll have a lesser amount of connections from the top of your rocket to the bottom of your rocket, right? That'll make it stronger. That doesn't really matter now that they put auto strutting in, but yeah, that's the idea. Excuse me, Strimmer man. When's smart reuse? There's a master auto strut, Yarg. Every part, it's a primitive thing, but there is auto strut in the game, yeah. Wobbly rockets aren't a thing anymore.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey 12, what's going on? How's it going? I'm enjoying the science update. Landed on Minmus at the signal location, now on to Duna. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. How do you separate stage 1 of 2, that mid decoupler? That decoupler that I used to separate them is long gone. It's on the first stage at the bottom of the ocean. I don't really understand what's going on here. There we go. There we go. That's the adjustment we need to make. swing by Ike and grab some nice science on the way in. It's not going to be good for the type of orbit. Yeah, the planning lines don't show up when the game is paused. Yeah, I know about that, 3-9. Gotcha. Yeah, I think Liberia, I selected the wrong one. I think you're right. I selected the next orbit. All right, here we go. Okay, cool. Get a slight adjustment. Turn on the forward RCS. There we go. That's as good as that's gonna get. Bring her in. And we are in the Martian grav well. Okay. Where are you, Dooner? There you are. Hi, Ike. Yeet! Alright, we're gonna capture. 15 seconds to capture. Oh, there's the drums. Okay. Come on, baby. $56 by $62. All right, we're captured. All right. If I'm just a little more careful with my insertion this time, and we have shoots, so that should help. That should help. Should be able to get this pretty dang precise. Fruit snacks for good luck. Glad I'm not the only one that eats fruit snacks like that. When you get Cookie Monster. Tigris, negative. I am a meat popsicle. This is my dinner. You eat fruit snacks in a tube. We might want to wait. We might want to wait until the thing goes around to the other side so we can land in the daytime, because the next point at which it crosses our orbital plane, right? It's gonna be night. The only place that's really a good time to land at night is the sun. So I'm gonna time warp and we're just gonna have this thing go around. I'm gonna take a pee break real quick. I'll be right back. Chat, you just let me know when we get back into the right trajectory. Are we there yet? Wait. Yeah, see, I don't want to land at night. Dark in this game is not just regular darkness. It's advanced darkness, so we're going to do a couple of orbits here. No, chair cam is over. Bring it back. Best I can do is truck cam. That's the best I can do. Oh yeah. That's what I did over my Christmas New Year's break. Yeah, we still got a ways to go. Yeah. Cowl assembly completely apart. Got all the spray paint off that, and then I got all the spray paint off the hood. That was the spray painted one, Tigris, yeah. I can't believe how good the factory paint came out. I had to get the spray paint off, and then when I did, I wet sanded it, and then I cut it, and then I buffed it. It's not bad, dude. Not bad, right? I also repainted the wiper blades, fixed the wipers. I cleaned those up, the wiper nozzles. The toilet brush technique, yeah. The right side fender and door are still red and silver, and we'll be getting rid of that soon. You know what, Jimmy? I'm just gonna power through. I'm gonna get at the other side and just get it all white. I have a system that actually works really well. I can get a lot of work done really quickly. Now my shirt is inaccurate. Not if you looked at it from the side. Yeah, I put a tonneau on it in 2021, God. And the roof? I don't know what to do with that, Make. Maybe I'll keep one of the panels red. But what I was thinking is that the spray paint doesn't work too well. It flakes off in the wintertime and stuff. And when it flakes off, it takes the factory paint with it. That's my whole impetus for getting it back to being white. You can already see it kind of happening on the roof. So if we did repaint it for like Route 154 again, I would probably just like plastidip some parts. So when, just spray plastidip on it, right? And then just pull it off. But I want to make sure that the factory paint is good under there. And having a white, kind of full white foundation is good. In terms of the roof, though, I want to try to keep it, but that's where the paint is the worst, dude. That paint up there is shot. Buy a red quarter panel on the junkyard that you can swap. If I can find one in good condition. Why is the camera so... It's like the camera movement speed dampens out when you get to the poles. I want to look at a top-down view of the I don't know why you do that. It's the camera's gimbal lock now. Go convertible? Yeah, I'm not a... Nah, Grayson, that'd be cool. Almost there. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea, Tessa. I'll have to I want to ask Brimo about it too. Because she was sentimental about that logo as well.
Go at throttle up.
Yo, Boss Mang, what's up, man? Kerbal 1 does it just fine, Gaw.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I think this might be the one, dudes. Hey, Muskrat, what's going on? Derlnuck. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Nah, you know what? We could probably go around one more time. Love the stream. What's your background? I'm pretty new here. Hey, for life. LBD for life. I am a 3D artist by trade. And I play an engineer here on Twitch. Yeah, that's my background, dude. So I could, like, model the rocket engine for the video game. Or model the rocket engine in CAD for a real aerospace company, right? Like, that's what I do. That by trade. That's but yeah, I've been full-time Twitch streaming for about 10 years, man. Nice, love your enthusiasm about space and science. I've been teaching people about space and space flight here for a decade, man. Yeah, that's why I say I play an engineer on Twitch. But yeah, it's good stuff, right? All right, let's try this. Save? No saving. We die like real men. How do you know how much to overshoot your target? Duna's atmosphere is a lot thicker down towards the surface, so I kind of want to start entering the thick stuff kind of near the launch site. Or near the landing site, excuse me. But I feel a lot better. I'll make adjustments with the rocket engines as we go. I feel a lot better about this because I actually have not just drogues, we have regular chutes. So I can make the adjustments that we need. Alright, here we go. So, like, see, I'm getting right into the thick stuff, and that should slow me down right near the monument. We'll see if it's right. I may be a little short. Story of my life. Yeah, I hope. This is the second time for the night, dude. Yeah, see, we're at 45, and this is your pressure indicator right here. That being like the highest pressure that you're gonna see. So like this is down near the surface. We're gonna have to slide a little bit, dudes. I don't need the maneuver node. It's good enough. We had a little bit of heating on the dish up front, but it's okay now. Atmospheric pressure, the pressure indicator's going up, and it is slowing us down. Actually, we're still speeding up, which is actually, that's good. That's what I want. I want it to start slowing us down over here somewhere. Can we see the crater? Can't see it yet. Getting some heating. That was not happening before. You just gotta keep an eye on it. We have visual on the crater. Okay. Give the engines a little pulse here. That's good enough. Hey, Tip. Happy New Year, buddy. Yeah, thank you. You too, man. Gotta fire the engines a little bit more. Gotta be careful about that Delta V, though. There we go. That should be good. We're gonna need some to still land, and maybe do a hop if we have to. We're aiming right there. Come on, baby. Gonna be short? I think we'll be alright. We'll see, Rob. Pressure's starting to come up a lot. Okay. Drogues. Well, let's see what this does. If one of those could just inflate, that'd be great right now. Like, right now. Like, that would be real good for me. Don't look good there, bud. Please deploy? Like, or something? Adjust the pressure. Yeah, yeah. Ah, there we go. Mains? Mains? Hello? Yes, this is Dog. Mains? Please? 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 Stop teeter-tottering. This is important. Stop the teeter-totters! Stop the teeter-totters! Uh-oh. This is fine. Yeah, if you could just tilt the other way! Jeez! The landing gear skitching over the terrain just killed me. Ah! Dude, I had it right side up, and then the landing gear just decided that this Martian dirt is ice, and it just slid down the hill. Oh, man. Alright, hold on. What do we got?
Tranquility Base here.
Maybe the planet ate your rocket. What? What? Hey, we're landed and we are intact. Alright? That's pretty good. We on Duna now. Yeah, if you want to call it that. Huh? If I can just get this thing to turn around. Come on, baby. Come on. Turn. Quack, damn you. There we go. Guess we didn't need that. We're only gonna get one shot. And we lost the rocket engine that's gonna give us pitch up moments, so this is probably not gonna end too well. Come on, roll up the hill. You're good. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Just a little closer. Come on. I missed the Dukes of Hazzard episode. I'm gonna have to design a lander now. Well, the other one got 600, so we got 576 on this one. Not bad. Oh, if I just had a little bit more, we would have made it. Might still make it. Out of monopropellant. Oh, come on. Give it. It's right there. We can see it with the sensors or something. Come on. Question. Why did you make the lander tall? This is a reused upper stage that I used as a lunar lander, a Minmus lander, and now a Duna lander. It's not purpose-built for this. It was an attempt to reuse hardware. Man, if the landing gear didn't act like we were on fricking an ice rink, I would have been able to repack the chutes, bounce it, and get it there. But no. You gotta land. You know, this is. I know it looks like rusty dirt, but it's actually, oil slick. There is science available. Science that I already got from the last mission, dude. Yeah, it's not a great job because this needs to be over there. But, and then again, this is tier 1 stuff that we messed with for fun. As a real life thing, I'm so close and so far at the same time. Yep. I think I see the problem, boss. It's the same as the Mars Climate Observer. I'm not playing Stationeers tomorrow, Tessa, just because of that comment. Alright, Rob, good night. Alright, let's see what we got. The news, your car's radiator is split. Didn't you say that already? Why don't you just take the lander and put it over there? Yeah. Guys, I'll be 100% honest with you. I'm kind of avoiding trying to do any complicated stuff. I would love to make like a sky crane and land Perseverance style, but I'm just worried I won't be able to build exactly what I'm looking for in the editor, you know? Well, it's an '03 Jeep. Well, there's your problem, the Jeep part. So buy another radiator. Jeep parts are everywhere because they break all the time. All right, 39. We'll get it tomorrow. Yeah, I'll land it tomorrow. I'm not worried. I wanted to make that capsule too. Maybe we can work on that tomorrow. Okay, hang on one second. What time is the, Oh, okay. We got a Starlink launch in about 45 minutes. Cool. We'll go to the Starlink launch. I pulled out that thing off when I did that mission. As long as you don't extend your crane, it should be simple enough with tier 2-ish parts. This is a tier 1 rocket. We could always try to do it one more time, or we could start building something. Let me think. I'm gonna put that over there. All right, let me look at science, research and development. Let's see, what do we got? We have 134. Yeah, the mission kind of worked, just the last bit. Yeah, probably should make an upper stage, right? And just build a lander that goes on top of the vehicle to get more Delta V. But yeah, a kick stage for Gemstone would probably do us right. But that's hard to do because it's hard to move the cameras around in the editor, you know? Kerbal Tour pays well. I'm wondering if there, like, what biomes are near that we could farm some science off of, because you can't really. How many biomes are there in Kerbal? In Kerbal 2, I don't even know. I just noticed they placed the planets in the background for where planets that tier should be able to reach. Huh. Huh. Cool. Neat. Yeah, so my rocket's made out of tier 1 stuff, and we're doing Duna, which is firmly tier 2. That's pretty good, man. That's not bad, right? Like, I didn't notice that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it has even Gilly, though, as tier 1. So, maybe that's not... Maybe that's just further out in the solar system. You should be able to get mountain grasslands and water desert. Okay, let's go back into mission control. Let me see. Doing a moment. I really want that 1600 science. That would have been really nice. Plant a flag is 80 science. But if I'm understanding this right, won't planting a flag on the moon lead to, like, lunar surface contracts and stuff? You know, it's not necessarily straight science, but... And then 200 ton. It wants to give me 28 science points for a 200-ton lander. It doesn't? Just more side quests. Side quests that involve landing stuff on the moon, though. How would you sum up the current state of KSP2? Early access, Sky Captain. It's pretty good, man. Science mode is pretty fun. The Apatosaurus is looking at us now, by the way. Go to Minmus, it's easy. Science. I actually wonder if I have anything out there. I might have something that's still out there. Nope. Outer Wilds? No, I've never played that, Tony. EJ is fine, dude. Yeah, EJ is good. No, I've never played Outer Wilds. I've played the Outer Worlds. Any good? Is Outer Wild? I mean, wait, what's Outer Wilds? Hold on, let me remember here. Cool. Oh yeah, this thing. Yeah, I know this game. Cool. Yeah, Space Explorer planning on the first solo flight. Yeah, that's cool. I've never played it. No. It's a space exploration game. Cool. I'm gonna load up my save from pre exploration mode. There's my truck. You. I need you. Ah. Yes. Aloha etat. Ah, yeah, look at that thing. I'm after the capsule, to be honest with you. I already have the capsule designed. So, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take this, we're going to copy it. And then we're going to quit to the main menu, save and exit. Aero control surfaces aren't going to help us with a precision-esque... I mean, that's maybe. That's not really what I'm trying to do, though. That's too... I don't need to do something like that. Hey, Hangman. Happy New Year. How goes Kerbal? It's alright. I'm having trouble getting that Duna monument because I'm using tier 1 stuff to get to it. I need to redesign something. I'm just... Won't let us paste it. Yeah, it says something about parts not being available. Well, that plan's out. Nah, there was a bunch of other parts in there, dude. Maybe if we just went and got the capsule instead. Hold on. You got like 800-ish from Minmus? Could go to Minmus, dude. The thing's already basically set up to do it. Let's just go get the science. Screw it. Let's do that. We'll do that before the Starlink launch. That's with landing and returning samples. Oh. Yeah, I don't have. See, I need the whole sample return thing, and I need to design a capsule to do that. Crap. All right. So we need a capsule, huh? Do those thrusters work on this thing? I think they do. I'm gonna need those. They do. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll start belting out something here. We're gonna need a decoupler. Nope. Small decoupler for the heat shield. No fairing on the heat shield. Then I want There we go. And now take that fairing right there, like that. And now we need to develop a service module for this thing. Okay, there's the inner chassis for the service module. There we go. I'll take this and... Excellent. Now take you. Put that guy on the back. Alright, now we got to design our service module here. Let's figure out where our center of mass is. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. That's not where I clicked at all. According to rocketology, the capsule won't survive in re-entry from the Moon's direct heat shield works, but the rest is Monka's. Oh. Why not attach to the bottom of the fairing? Because that's where the decoupler goes, where this thing's going to be attached to, Stormy. Hey, Smart Ship. No nose cones, huh? Launch escape system. Damn. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough thrust. Can't stage docking ports. Okay. Throw it on the pad and test it? Alright. Are we gonna see some space today? I've already been to Duna twice today. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. This editor, the editor has me all screwed up. I'm trying to piece together what I want, and it's just not. Yeah, it's got me all messed up. Like I'm having a hard time controlling this thing. Will you be watching the Falcon 9? Yeah. Yoink. Nice. That's because you're used to building stuff in the SPH. I'm telling you, the editor controls are difficult. I think the developers know. I'm pretty sure. I whispered in their ear a lot. I love refrigerators. EJ, if Sea Dragon was supposed to use cryogenics, would have that formed enough ice to build up on the outside to be an issue, or do you think the motor igniting would be enough to knock it loose? I think the water, it being submerged, probably had a lot to do with ice buildup, Artyom. I mean, I don't think it would be a big deal, no. No. I mean, I don't know. A cryogenic pressure vessel submerged in salt water? Like, huh. I don't know. We could probably do some calculations out, but, So we could use Separatrons as a launch escape system, but yeah, maybe we'll go Gemini style and not have one.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
87 months, Doom. Thanks, man. Hey, Billy. Check out your S-23 Falcon Heavy shot. Oh, nice. That's cool, man. Okay, this could work. I just wanted to see if that could be a thing. But yeah, that's the chassis for the capsule there. Where's the probe core? Oh, there it is. Alright, cool. Oh, by the way, boss, I managed to get a copy of the full 16-hour BBC coverage of the original Live 8 on Plex. Awesome for background when you're working. Cool, cool. Don't hold your breath for this Starlink. What's the POV? It's very, very windy. Okay. Happy New Year, Clayton. Scrubuary? Let's see, what's the, what's the POV? Oh, it moved. They backed it up to 10. All right. No, Tessa, I got some stuff to do. Crapo. I have stuff to do for another thing. I hope they offer a difficulty mode where random issues can occur when having things like a launch escape system is required rather than just cosmetic for realism. You know, like, I think with KSP, guys, I think I need, like, like I was saying, there are, like, 3 things that I really, really need. Persistent vehicles and just persistent docking. So, like, you know, obviously when you dock 2 things together, I don't want them to explode. And persistent vehicles. So persistent vehicles means if I separate a first and second stage, I want to be able to do the Condor 9 thing and turn the stage around and land, right? You know, I want to be able to boost back and land. And on top of that, I want the reuse. The reason why I kind of want this stuff is because that's what facilitated the funnest gameplay. Doing stuff like that. Boosting back boosters, reusing things. You know, launch pads for me, right? But just being able to boost back and land a booster is kind of a big deal, right? Yeah, I don't want it auto-deleting vehicles. The other thing I need is I need editor controls, man. Yeah. I want a reason for reuse. Without money, it doesn't feel like you're saving anything. Yeah, I know, Element. It's true. Yeah, Toothless. Yeah, Dude. Yeah, man, I'm jonesing for some Kerbal 1, man. Persistent vehicles should be doable with multiplayer and independent synchronizable timelines. Yeah, I think it's just in a rough state, Aqualux. That's why I haven't been like, this needs to be fixed immediately. I'm pretty sure they know. But I've been, talking to, just to be sure. But, yeah. I'm thinking. Yeah, I think those two are the big ones, man. Because, like, even if there isn't career mode, dude, I'd still like to reuse boosters and stuff. And I'd like to do reintegration and stuff like that. I think that would be cool. But, see, I'm wondering if we're ever going to get something like that in KSP, too. Just because of, like, colony building and stuff. Like, I'm kind of like, well, if we don't, because like, you could just build a base, right? You just have a launch pad. You just basically, from what I can tell, it looks like you could just build a VAB like pretty much anywhere, which is cool. Like, I like that game mechanic too. I think that's really neat. And like, from what I can tell, from what it looks like with the devs, like, you can mine resources and, you could build vehicles on the moon for exploration and stuff, which is cool. I dig it, but I'm not sure that the style of gameplay that I enjoy the most is going to fit into that very well. I've been a little whiny about the editor controls. I'm typing to you a less than appropriate response. There. Now that I've properly told Tessa off. Anyway, back to work. I hope the games are different enough that both scratch a different itch. So I like the direction they're telling us about. Yeah, we just kind of have to wait. I'm like, but part of me is like, I'm not sure I can play. I'm not sure that Kerbal 2 warrants the same kind of gameplay that I really, really enjoyed in Kerbal 1. And I get it if they take the game in a different direction. I understand. It's just, that'd really bum me out. Yeah. What do the editor controls allow? They're basically the KSP1 VAB controls with some orthographic views added and no world snap. Like, the lack of precision in the editor is what's killing me. It basically just forces you to make not forces you, but it basically facilitates a certain type of rocket building. It's hard to be creative with it. Yeah, not like in KSP1 where we're using struts as rulers and measuring everything and, making sure that everything is perfectly aligned. I can really, really fine tune and place the struts and stuff. Like, dude, even if we had like persistent debris in this and like docking ports and stuff, and like I had all the tools and all the parts that I needed to make a launch pad, I'm not sure I'd be able to engineer it to the precision that we're talking about here. Like, the launch pad required stuff to be perfectly straight. It required struts to be perfectly placed. Like, parts needed to be perfect distances apart. And snapping to a world grid would allow me to line up two parts. I'll give you an example. I was just making that capsule a second ago, right? And I don't want my rocket engine in line for structural purposes, right? You don't want like capsule, heat shield, decoupler, fuel tank, engine, another decoupler. That's adding another link in the line, and that'll that's more struts, and it'll wobble, right? So I take the rocket engine out, right, and attach a decoupler there, and then I radially attach that rocket engine. There is no way that I can be absolutely sure that that rocket engine is perfectly aligned on the central axis. Therefore, I can't really know. I can't really know if my center of thrust and center of mass are ever going to be perfectly lined up, and I have no way in the editor to do it, to make sure that it's perfectly lined up. Yes, I have orthographic views, and that's cool, but there's no way to lock it into position. You just have the local grid orientation. I can switch the widget to world orientation, but you can't snap to the world grid. That's my big thing. It's really difficult to line stuff up, so you have to eyeball everything. And if you have to eyeball everything, what's the point of doing a complicated build in my mind? It's not worth the time. So it's something. Hey, correct, 17-month resub. Thank you. So it's something that. So we basically, Jebstone C is like as complicated as you can get. We tried to do more complicated builds. I mean, we had Triton. Triton works. But yeah, Triton is about as complicated as we're gonna get. It's really difficult to build something like that. It's really difficult to build something that's relatively easy to make in KSP1. And I don't know if I'm just being Tessa, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm being a stick in the mud about it, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, I think they know, and I think they're going to introduce some upgrades to them, maybe, hopefully. But without precise editor controls, like, I completely have to remap in my head how to build stuff in KSP. It's just a node attach, radial attach parts, and then you basically get what looks like a flying 6-shooter flying around in space. You know, like, it just looks like here, like a 6-shooter barrel, right? Like, yeah, hold on, that's not it. Every rocket ends up looking like this, like a UR-700. Okay, Corsi. Every rocket just ends up looking like that. This is a render by Nick Stevens. It's pretty good. Pretty good render. That was a concept rocket that the Soviet Union eventually decided to not do, and they did Buran Energia instead. Yeah, that was an idea that was floating around to replace the N1. The editor, because it doesn't have precise controls, it basically forces you to do stuff like this. We can't get into really any of the cool precision builds that we did in KSP1 without that world snap. And that, once again, that's fine. I have no problem playing the game. It's still fun. Like, but I'm like worried that I'm not going to be able to take it to the next level. You know what I mean? Yeah, like with the cool, like with, dude, KSP2 right now with some good editor controls and good persistent debris, we could pretty much do everything in KSP1. What are your expectations about IFT3? I think it's going to make it. Absalom. After what I saw with the booster static fire, I think it's the booster, what is it, booster 10? Static fire? Oh my goodness. I think it'll do it. I think Yeah, I think it'll make it. I think they just got to get the hot staging thing down right. I think the only reason why IFT2 didn't go is because the hot staging, or at least why they didn't get the booster to like fully land, is because it was the first attempt. I think they'll do it. Plan for success, Hellfish. You think they'll put something up on top too? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Livrio, that's what I mean. The editor is harder to control than KSP1. It's harder to control. And once again, I think they know. I'm pretty sure they know. But dude, yeah, I don't have the unlimited bandwidth that I did with KSP1's editor with 2. With 2, I find myself not wanting to make stuff in there. That's why I'm just trying to reuse Jebstone over and over again. Why I said like the last 3 Kerbal streams that I'm going to go try to build a capsule. You know? I think it'll make it. You think it'll make it. I think you think Starship will explode on re-entry, Dennis. Okay. Well, yeah. Who knows? But yeah, guys, KSP is shaping up. I don't, fellas, I feel like I'm just whining about it, you know? Like, but also I do feel that KSP2 does need better editor controls. However, here's the thing. The reason why I don't just go whining about it, like, and say, oh, this needs better editor, this sucks. I don't want to do that because the scope of the game is different. I would need to know what the developers have planned, right? I would need to know what they have planned. And then I could be like, oh, that's why the editor's that way. But then we're not going to get that information, right? So we kind of have to sit and wait, you know? EJ hates change. You will admit it does seem to feel not as watered down to an extent. Okay. If change means using an editor that is objectively inferior in any way to the previous editor, yeah, I hate change. Freaking moron. Yeah, Hillness, there might be something that I know that the editor right now is placeholder, so that's why I'm trying not to be about it. But on the other hand, like, building ships in KSP was my favorite thing to do, so it's really kind of, it's cramping my style a little bit, dude. I wouldn't say when you have legitimate constructive criticism, but you're also correct. We need the page. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. This is why I haven't been like, no, this is terrible, blah, 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 you know? Yeah, Karavik, exactly. Sorry, just got here. What's the problem with the editor? And JK, I can't really implement the precision. Like, dudes, I kind of want to play like KSP1 tomorrow and show you what I'm talking about. Hey, Pickle Rick, Happy New Year, buddy. Yeah, I want to show you what I mean. But, I don't know. Maybe we'll play Stationeers or something tomorrow. Yeah, God, like, See, like, dude, this is the stuff that I need to balance, man. And I actually told this to Nate. I'm like, I told Nate this when I was, giving some feedback. I was like, there's playing KSP2, and then there's me streaming KSP2. I've been trying my best to stay completely objective and just looking at Kerbal 2 as a game about space. And then there's the stuff that I wanted, like that I want KSP2 to be. And well, I do think that my feedback is probably useful in some way. I'm pretty sure the type of Kerbal that I want is not exactly what everybody else wants. You know. But I would contend to say that Kerbal 1 is not necessarily... Kerbal 1 isn't necessarily exactly what I would want from a Kerbal game either. But the beauty of Kerbal 1 is that you have the freedom to make it. You have the freedom to do that. You know what I mean? So, in Kerbal 1, did Felipe, Mu, and C7, did they think that people would be making launch pads out of the parts that they put in the game and like fully reusing ships? I'm pretty sure reusable rockets weren't a thing when Kerbal 1 was made. The only thing was like recovering some SRBs and then refurbishing the space shuttle after a couple months. Which I will contend to say that, you know, they did, you know, towards the end of the shuttle program, they did end up with a 3-month turnaround for the orbiters, which is actually pretty damn good, considering they're taking the whole damn thing apart every time. That's not bad. But anyway, I digress. You know, like, so yeah, I'm kind of like, there's my expectations for exactly what I want, right? And then there's KSP2 as a whole, and it's hard to make, I want to be sure that I'm not just like, I want this, I want a hamburger, I want a hot dog, I want this, you know? But, like, for now, save the big projects for KSP1 and do KSP2 for the science mode. Yeah. KSP1 took centuries to be what it is. I believe the KSP2 devs, especially Squall, yes and no. You're right. That's exactly right. But persistent vessels, absolute snap in the editor. Like, actually, we did get an editor pass in KSP1 before. I mean, Felipe did that, so that would have been 2014. You know, we did get an editor pass, and that introduced gizmos, which were amazing. So freaking good. So yeah, I mean, there was precise editor controls and, you know, good persistent debris has been in the game since 23.5 when Claw redid the vessel hierarchy rules. Yeah, that was also in 2014. So how would you say KSP2 being a work tool shapes your expectations on a different playing axis than most players, including experienced ones? What do you mean? Guys, my job as a content creator for Kerbal is to not just do what everybody else is doing. Everyone's playing Kerbal 2 right now. Everybody's playing it because Force Science just came out. You have to distance yourself. You have to do stuff that nobody else is doing. It's hard for me to push the KSP2 editor to do this kind of crazy stuff. I mean, I can do it, but it takes like 6 times as long as it does in the KSP1 editor. Once again, stuff that would be relatively easy to make in the KSP1 editor is a challenge, and I'm fighting the editor tooth and nail every time, dude. But once again, that doesn't mean the gameplay of Kerbal 2, like launching stuff into space, you know, the science mode, that's great. It's perfect. The sound production is excellent. The graphics are great. Like, it's just, see, this is what I mean about this. Like, you know, is the game good? Or do I think it's bad because it's not exactly what I wanted? Like, I got to be careful, you know? Continue the SERV project. One of my favorite things in KSP1 was to watch my debris crash and blow up. Yeah, Kenny, that's persistent debris. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, I don't want, when my vessel blows up, right? I don't want just, oh, your vessel crashed, back to the VAB. I want to see the parts flying everywhere. I want to see parts bouncing around, blowing up. I want to see all that, right? Like, that's the kind of stuff I want to see. And then after all the dust is settled, right? Then the, oops, you crashed, revert, or whatever, right? But yeah, I do like for science mode. It's just tough to build stuff. And spending an hour cleaning it up from the tracking station. Yep. No, but the type of Kerbal that you want is the type that inspires other folks to expand and build bigger. Folks like you, Hazardish, Azimek, Stratton Blitz. Yeah, Tessa, exactly. So, like, the game is good, but in my mind, I really, really need the editor to be on par. It would really, let me put it to you like this, guys. It would really suck in the future to have all this awesome stuff available, like colony ships and gigantic space stations and all this stuff, and not be able to do precise building. Let me put it to you like that. And now that I said that kind of clicks in my head that they definitely know, that the devs definitely know about it. You're gonna need a really good editor to build these like interplanetary ships. I would hope, right? So. Yeah, so like yeah. Yeah, I would. I really hope that we get a pass on the editor. I think we will. I think I've been annoying enough to the devs for a change. I think I've been annoying. I'm trying not to be a dick. I'm not trying not to be a jerk around about this, you know. But yeah, other than that, guys, Force Science is fun, and you know what? We'll continue it tomorrow. And go from there. Colonies are the next update. Yeah, Zay, I need an editor pass. Guys, if I didn't have Absolute Snap in Kerbal 1, the launch pads, nope, never would have happened. Nah, never would have been a thing. Launch pads, the shuttle builds, we would never have been able to do those, ever. What's the one editor feature missing that would provide most value? World snapping. Absolute snap in the editor, Phil? I need to be able to snap to a world grid to precisely line stuff up. And it's like taunting me because we have orthographic views. You have the side top down views. You have all that, and we can't. I can't snap anything to the grid that's on the back of the isometric views. BB62 is getting moved to dry dock. Cool. Yeah, Kenny, for sure. Was looking at DCSX stuff yesterday and found this launch mount. It's so simple. Yep. Yeah, that's DCX's launch mount. It's not complicated. Yeah, Abaddon, maybe. Yeah, it's very simple. Yeah. The other thing I would really need is I need. So, okay, you guys know the camera when you're in map view? So you can like hold middle mouse button and change the focus point of the camera, and then you can hold middle mouse button and move the mouse, and you could like look around. I need that in the editor. Just take the camera controls for the map view and put it in the editor. That's what I would, those two guys, and yeah, then I can go ham on the editor. Like we'll build whatever. I can build whatever we want. World snap for just isometric view. Yeah, I mean you should be able to do it in 3/4 and ISO, Aqualex. And the stretch thing here would be to set your increment on the snap. If we could have a set increment snap, so like in Kerbal, if you absolute snap you put it in absolute mode with grid snap on, it's moving in 10 centimeter increments. Imagine if you could change that to like 5 centimeter increments or 1 centimeter increments. You could really, really go crazy with stuff. Send it as feedback. Yeah, I'm working on it. As a devil's advocate, if you're a dev, wouldn't you want to get the basic version of all the content before you get into the details on each one of them individually? Yeah, God, that's not devil's advocate. That's what I'm saying, like, we got to be careful to pass judgment. We got to be careful passing judgment right now, dude, because remember, what are you trying to do? Like, we don't see the full scope of the project here. I'll bet you that all the stuff that I have a problem with probably makes sense within the full scope of the game, or maybe the fine precision editor controls are something that, for colony building, right? Like, So, once again, that's why I haven't been like, this is, we need to change this, we need to change this, we need to change this, because, see, that's not what Nate and his crew want to hear. They want to hear feedback or constructive feedback, right? But, they don't want, this sucks, I want this, I want this, I want this, right? Like, that's lame. Don't do that. They'll be like, all right, cool, I'm putting that in my special place where I put all the special people suggested. That's called the trash, So, anyway, cool. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that launch moved into the next window, so SpaceX is definitely testing me. So, I'm looking around. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think I'm going to call it here for the night, dudes. But yeah, we had some fun trying to land on Duna. I'll try to build a more purpose-built lander tomorrow, okay? And then we'll go from there. Let's see who we can raid in the meantime. Sounds like a great time for more Satisfactory. You want to play Satisfactory tomorrow? Dude, I kind of still am jonesing for that Stationeers save. You know what I mean? And then maybe Cities on Thursday. I meant tonight, right now, but tomorrow works too. There's a launch tomorrow evening. First RTLS GTO launch. Oh boy. Flight sim or fly out? Airplanes, please. Oh. Need to work on locks and Stationeers. All right, I'll think about it. No guarantees for anything. I'll think about it. Let's go see what's going on here. Talix is still doing his subathon. He's been going for like more than a week straight, dude. Let's go see what he's up to. Let's go see what Italix is up to. And we'll go from there. I'll see you guys all tomorrow at noon. Alright, guys. Have a good night. Thank you very much for watching. It's good to be back. I'll see you guys tomorrow.